Well, hello everyone, and good morning, and welcome to Uncivil Law. And for today's stream, we turn our attention to the confirmation hearing of Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard served in the National Guard and Army Reserve. She is a former representative from the great state of Hawaii, the Aloha State, 2nd District from 2013 to 2021, where she served as a Democrat. And she is a former 2020 Democratic presidential candidate, wherein my personal favorite memory of her was absolutely destroying Kamala Harris in the primaries. She had a great interaction with Kamala and basically completely showed her up, and the Democrats never quite forgave her for it. She is now a Republican, having switched parties, and has been nominated to be the head of all intelligence. So the CIA reports to her, the NSA reports to her, and so forth and so on. She is would be the head of all the intelligence apparatus inside the United States, and the president's primary advisor with respect to the national intelligence. So that would be exciting. Obviously, there are a lot of people who really don't like her, including a lot of Democrats who really don't like her. She's been accused in the past of being a Russian stooge, a stooge for Assad. She's been accused of being, just basically a traitor and all the rest of it, even though she served honorably overseas in combat and stuff. But she's a traitor. I'm not sure how, but okay. And she's been nominated and made a lot of people very, very grumpy. Mostly because they think probably with some reason that she might have some grudges against them with respect to some of the accusations, and might in some way use her new role to help bring some of those lies to rest. So that would be exciting. Mike Middleton gives $2.79 to say, don't forget, she's a snack too. Fair. I appreciate that. Patel is also on right now for director of the FBI. I had to pick one or the other. I'm going with Tulsi Gabbard. Eye candy, baby. I don't need a reason beyond that. But, that's what I'm going with. I'm going with Tulsi Gabbard. But if you're interested in the FBI director, we can only do one at a time. Director of National Intelligence, I think, is the one I'm going to stick with. Also, of course, we are monitoring efforts relating to a plane crash that occurred in D.C. yesterday, a place I lived for 15 years. For those of you who know, I lived in Alexandria for 15 years, so I'm very, very familiar with this part of the country because I lived there. And a regional jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter, apparently killing approximately 60 people, although exact numbers do not appear to be available as of yet. It is unclear what happened. It was a clear night. The helicopter was on a training flight and was in a standard pattern for such a flight. The pilot of the commercial aircraft was apparently in a standard pattern relating to landing. So it's unclear exactly what happened here in terms of this incident. It's also interesting to note, as some of you may know, the DC air region is probably the most controlled air region in the country. It has special rules to fly there. If you want to fly within anything like a 25-mile area, I don't know exactly what the delineation is, but it's a pretty big zone. If you want to fly anything within like 25 miles of the White House, it requires special permission and special handoffs and special rules and special. It is very controlled airspace. So the fact that this happened in extremely controlled airspace is, of course, also quite notable. It's like, how does that happen in the most controlled airspace in the United States? I don't know. So lots of questions, not many answers. We will see what's going on. Kat in chat says 3 on the military aircraft, 60 passengers, and 2 flight attendants, a total of 67 involved. I didn't know if there were more precise numbers, so thank you for that information this morning. So we'll see how it's going to go on. Yeah. So, yeah. It's also, of course, a little unclear how the jet didn't see the helicopter and how the helicopter didn't see the jet and so forth and so on. So many questions, not many answers. The airport at DC is closed. It's reopening right now, as a matter of fact, 11 o'clock Eastern time. It's supposed to reopen for flights, but it's been closed up till now. Can we expect a lot of nasty questions? You better bet your ass. You bet your ass. You bet your ass that there's going to be a lot of nasty questions at today's hearing. So NTSB, of course, has the primary authority for the moment. But of course, involving a military aircraft, I imagine Pete Hegseth has gotten a call from the White House being like, yo, what up, bro? So we'll see what happened in terms of all this. From the ATC audio, there was likely a miscommunication. The helicopter was following the wrong plane. NTSB tends to do a pretty thorough job. Batman's pet goldfish. That's true. They do tend to do a pretty thorough job. So we'll see how it all pans out. Good morning, Taco Truck Engineer. It's also, of course, I think we should take a moment just to take note of how rare airplane crashes are. Airplane crashes used to be much more common, if you go back like 50 years. But, airplane crashes are an extremely rare event, especially for a commercial aircraft, I should say. I mean, obviously, airplane accidents involving very small aircraft, personal aircraft, you have those kinds of things. But for commercial aircraft, the last incident with fatalities, it's been a while. So yeah, the last one was 2009. I mean, that sounds about right? The last commercial aircraft with fatalities, 2009. That sounds about right. So we've done a lot to make air safety very safe. So the fact that it's as rare as it is itself a blessing. But of course, I'm still wondering how the hell it happened in DC in particular. There were 16 U.S. figure skaters on the passenger plane. Well, good news. If you're a figure skater and looking for a position on the U.S. national team, there appears to be some openings. Yeah. Not funny? It's a little funny. You guys just don't appreciate darker humor. That's okay. That's all right. We can move on. Yeah. Too soon? Yeah. So we're just waiting for this thing to start. Kurt saying shit like that is what got me to follow him from the Rin House, is what people want. Yeah, I do have a dark, I do have definitely a little bit more towards the dark side of humor, and also the sarcasm, of course, is very real. So the occasional joke may pop out. Someone said that there are still bodies in the water. Don't the ice skaters know they have to wait for the water to freeze over first? They're not very good ice skaters, man. 0 out of 10. Further dark jokes may follow. Yeah. Lol. Yeah. We're just waiting for this thing to start. Anytime it wants to start and bail me out, I need the next act to come along to bail me out of this set. I've been thinking about doing stand-up. I do improv, as people know. I've been thinking about doing stand-up, but I really want a class. And I try to find a class that can teach me stand-up. And some people say you can't be taught stand-up. And to me, that seems ridiculous, because you can tell me any other art form where people say that, right? It's like you can't be taught acting. You're just a natural actor. That's bullshit. There are acting classes. You can't be taught how to play a musical instrument. That's bullshit. There are music classes. You can't be taught how to be a painter. That's bullshit. There are painting classes. It's like, tell me any other art form where people say this can't be taught. It's just something you have to do. That doesn't make any logical sense to me. I fully believe that stand-up can be taught. If every other art form can be taught, stand-up must be taught. Must be able to be taught. There must be rhythm and rhyme to it, and that it can be taught. And I just need someone to teach me it. And I have a hard time finding classes. The best class is just showing up and doing it. That's what people say. But that's to me strikes bullshit, man. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on the best class is just to stand up and just do it. Just show up and best do it. Again, for what other art form would people say that, right? The best way to learn acting is just to show up for auditions, right? You don't need to go to any classes. Like the best way to learn music is just to show up to the Philharmonic and just start. It's like, this is ridiculous. And it's like everything else you take classes on, man. This is absurd. I don't buy it. Jerry Corley has great classes. See, there you go. Humor is logical but unexpected. What's black and white and red all over? Anything that's logical but unexpected is funny. Right. One of the hallmark, not necessarily the only hallmark, but one of the hallmarks of humor is subversion. Right? Subversion of expectation. The joke is in the subversion of expectation. So that is one of the hallmarks of humor. You do 1 minute on Kill Tony. Jerry Corley has great classes. All right, who's Jerry Corley? Maybe I'll take his classes. Stand-up clinic, stand-up classes. Meet Jerry Corley. Oh, this looks promising. 8-week stand-up classes. This is the kind of thing I'm looking for. Yeah. All right, what is this thing? Top comedy in Los Angeles. Live in-person classes in Hollywood. That's a little inconvenient. There's an advanced class starting on Zoom, but I'm not ready for advanced. So I need a class that I can take in Houston, but that looks like the kind of thing I'm looking for.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Before we get underway today, I'd like to take a brief moment to recognize the terrible loss of life that occurred just a few miles away from here last night. Our hearts and prayers are with the families and friends who lost loved ones last night, as well as the brave first responders who are still on the scene. I'd like to ask everyone to join us in a moment of silent prayer and reflection for the souls lost. Thank you. Next, I want to remind everyone in attendance here that while you are all welcome to observe today's hearing, I will not allow or tolerate disruptions from the audience. Audience members may not verbally or physically distract from the hearing, including by shouting, standing, raising signs, or making gestures that block the view of other members of the audience or the cameras for those watching on television or online. Anyone who does so will be removed immediately by the Capitol Police and banned from return. Welcome everyone to this hearing on President Trump's nomination of Tulsi Gabbard.
You're right.
To be the director.
The C-SPAN stream is off.
Ms. Gabbard?
You're right. So whoever said the stream quality was low, you were correct. The C-SPAN stream for some reason was set at 360p, not 1080. So whoever said that gets a bonus point. You were right.
Dakota Myers and Pat Payne, both Medal of Honor recipients.
Vincent gets a point.
Gentlemen,
Vincent gets a point.
Of the grateful nation, I extend my deepest thanks to you and the heroes with whom you served. I also note that our next Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is joining us. Apparently, she didn't have enough fun at her own confirmation hearing. Ms. Bondi, welcome and congratulations. And finally, Senator Joni Ernst and former Senator and Chairman of this committee, Richard Burr, will introduce Ms. Gabbard shortly. We look forward to your remarks. I think it's fair to say that Ms. Gabbard's nomination has generated a bit more interest and attention than do most nominees before this committee. But I want to stress that Ms. Gabbard has been and will be treated with the exact same respect, consideration, and professionalism that we extended to every nominee. No more, no less, no better, no worse. That's how we treated CIA Director John Ratcliffe just 2 weeks ago, and how we have treated DNI nominees like Avril Haines and Dan Coates in the past. For instance, Ms. Gabbard has conducted dozens of office meetings with senators. She has completed the committee's standard questionnaire. She has answered 247 questions in writing. This is all in keeping with the committee's customs, precedents, and rules. Before I address the important work ahead at the DNI, please also let me make two observations about some of the accusations about Ms. Gabbard. First, I'm dismayed by the attacks on Ms. Gabbard's patriotism and her loyalty to our country. For instance, Hillary Clinton has smeared Ms. Gabbard, calling her an asset of a foreign nation. Let me remind everyone that Ms. Gabbard has served in our Army for more than 2 decades. She has multiple combat tours, and she still wears the uniform to this day.
You got to respect that, man, right?
FBI background checks. I spent more than 2 hours last week reviewing the latest, putting eyes on more than 300 pages. It's clean as a whistle. It's fine that we have differences of opinions on policies and programs. I suspect some of my Republican colleagues might disagree with some of Mrs. Gabbard's votes in the House of Representatives. Just as I suspect that some of my Democratic colleagues might criticize Ms. Gabbard's statements and actions since she saw the light and left the Democratic Party. But I sincerely hope that no one today.
Oh, man, we're already off to a spicy start. I've had a good time.
Integrity. Second, I can only laugh at some critics who say that Ms. Gabbard has unconventional views. No doubt she has some unconventional views, like her criticism of Barack Obama's regime change interventions in Egypt and Libya. But guess what? I opposed the disastrous interventions in Egypt and Libya as well. Mubarak was a longtime American partner, and Egypt was a linchpin of our security system in the Middle East. Gaddafi had been scared straight after we toppled the Taliban and Saddam Hussein. He turned over his weapons of mass destruction and cooperated against terrorists. In return, we had lifted sanctions and reestablished diplomatic ties. But President Obama intervened to topple both regimes. And what came next? The Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and dangerous chaos in Libya to this day. No one ever mistook Mubarak or Gaddafi as the little sisters of the poor. But let's not kid ourselves. The world is a dangerous place, not a church picnic. Ms. Gabbard understands this, which is why she also saw the problem with regime change interventions in these places. The vast number of governments throughout history and still today are not democratic. We may wish it were different and we can work to improve it, but that's the way the world is. If we only befriended nations that shared our system of government and our social and cultural sensibilities, well, we wouldn't have many friends.
Yeah, I mean, as has been said before, you can only make peace with your enemy, right?
No question,
So,
stable democracies make
you know, you have to
most stable friends.
you have
But what
to
matters
have some
in
sort
the
of
end
discussion
is less whether a country
there.
is democratic or non-democratic, and more whether the country is pro-American or anti-American. I'll confess that those views may be somewhat unconventional, but look at where conventional thinking has got us. Maybe Washington could use a little more unconventional thinking. And I'm sure that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence could use more unconventional thinking. Ms. Gabbard, I submit that if confirmed, the measure of your success will largely depend on whether you can return the ODNI to its original size, scope, and mission. When Congress created the ODNI, we intended to put one office in charge to manage the different agencies of the intelligence community.
Yeah.
Congress intended the ODNI to be a very lean organization that would use small staffs to execute specific tasks. Congress in no way wanted yet another unruly bureaucracy layered on top of an already bureaucratic intelligence community. Unfortunately, 20 years later, that's exactly what the ODNI has become. Incredibly, the ODNI now is now larger than any agencies it was established to manage.
Really? I didn't know
It
that.
has 15 offices and centers, which have many subunits within them. The ODNI staff is measured in the thousands, when it should be measured in the dozens, or maybe a few hundred. I promise.
I didn't know the ODNI was that big. Damn.
I intend to get personnel at the ODNI back to their home agencies doing real intelligence work, not bureaucratic make work. I also expect to cap the size of the ODNI. Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, I hope you'll be a partner in these vital efforts. Another example of bureaucratic mission creep and empire building is what's come to be known in the intelligence community as D&I taxes. The ODNI levies these so-called taxes on other agencies, shifting and directing funds away from the intelligence community's core mission to the whims and fancies of any particular DNI. That practice, which seems to have grown and run rampant under Director Haynes, is also going to stop. Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, you have a lot of work ahead of you. And as chairman of this committee, I'm committed to ensuring that we see it all the way through. At this moment, I'll now recognize Senator Risch for a brief statement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And I want to thank Ms. Gabbard for meeting with me and having the candid conversation we did on the issues. Unfortunately, I have to chair the Foreign Relations Committee. We have our first substantive meeting today on malign influence of China here at home and abroad. So I'm not going to be able to stay for the hearing. I'm not going to get a chance to ask questions. However, we are going to have a closed session immediately following, and the questions I have trespass upon the security of the country, and as a result of that, they need to be done in a classified setting in any event. So if I beg indulgence to be excused to preside over the other committee, good luck. I know you'll do well. Thank you.
You are excused.
I was going to leave whether you excuse me or not, but thank you very much.
I will now recognize the Vice Chairman, Senator Warner, for his opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and particularly thank your comments at the top. I've spent most of the morning at National Airport. I know Senator Moran was there last night. It's a horrible tragedy. The victims' families are still being notified. For those of us who live in this region, you know, it's always kind of complicated. We've got Virginia, D.C., Maryland, and a host of local jurisdictions. But last night, when this tragedy took place, and I happened to be driving by National on the way home, and saw all the first responders rushing to the scene. People came from as far away as Baltimore, Fairfax County. We had DOD and federal officials there. And these first responders, as always, ran towards the tragedy. There'll be a time to figure out what happened and how we rectify it. But today, our thoughts and prayers ought to be with the families, and again, thanking our first responders. Ms. Gabbard, welcome, and congratulations on your nomination to be the next Director of National Intelligence. I'd like to begin by thanking you, literally, for your decades of public service, both in uniform and as a member of Congress from Hawaii. I applaud your continuing commitment to serve should you
Tulsi
be
looks
confirmed.
really good in white.
Now, the President has nominated you to be Director of National Intelligence. Most folks probably don't understand the importance of this position. If confirmed, you would lead 18 agencies of the IC. You'll also serve as the
Tulsi is a smoke show?
advisor to the President,
I
the
agree.
National Security Council, and the Homeland Security Council for all intelligence matters related to national security. And in this role, you'll be responsible for over $100 billion between the National Intelligence Program and the Military Intelligence Program, or the NIP and the MIP as we call them here. It's a position of great importance and significance to our national security, created after one of our worst national security failures, 9/11. For that reason, when Congress established this position, thanks in large part to our colleague and our friend Susan Collins, it mandated in law that any individual nominated for this position must have, and I quote, extensive national security expertise. Now, I appreciated you taking the time to meet with me, and as I noted in that office, both before and after, I continue to have significant concerns about your judgment and your qualifications to meet the standards set by law. First, as I noted previously, the DNI was created in part to make sure we had appropriate intelligence sharing, which prior to 9/11, obviously we haven't. But the mission also is to not only share information between the IC, but also with our allies. There's no legal requirement that our allies share intelligence with us. It's all predicated on trust. Trust that our allies
And reciprocity.
protect each other's secrets. Yet it appears to me you have repeatedly excused our adversaries' worst actions, and instead often blame them on the United States and those very allies. For example, you blame NATO for Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. You rejected the conclusion that Assad used chemical weapons in Syria, despite it being the unanimous assessment of the then Trump administration's DOD, State Department, and IC, as well as the assessment of our European allies. Instead, you blame the United States for supporting terrorist groups in Syria. Now, I don't know if your intent in making those statements was to defend those dictators, or if you were simply unaware of the intelligence and how your statements would be perceived. In either case, it raises, at least for this senator, serious questions about your judgment. It also leads me to question whether you can develop the trust necessary to give our allies confidence that they can share their most sensitive intelligence with us. Make no mistake about it. If they stop sharing that intelligence, the United States will be less safe. We've seen this as recently as this past year, where because of those strong intelligence sharing between the United States and Austria, countless lives were saved by disrupting a terrorist attack that was going to take place at the Taylor Swift concert in Vienna. Second, you have been publicly outspoken in your praise and defense of Edward Snowden, someone who betrayed the trust of our nation and jeopardized the security of our country. The truth is, the vast majority of the information he stole and leaked before running off to China and Russia, might I add, had nothing to do with Americans' privacy and compromised our most important sources and methods. And in many ways, we're still paying a price for that. And I believe that Edward Snowden's action put our men and women in uniform in places like Iraq and Afghanistan at risk. You have celebrated Snowden as a, quote, brave whistleblower, and actually put forward legislation asking for his pardon. Furthermore, when given the opportunity to clarify your position in pre-hearing questions, you declined. And instead, you expressed, and again, I quote, the DNI has no role in determining whether or not Edward Snowden is a lawful whistleblower. Boy, that is troubling to me in so many ways. Not only do you think that someone who divulged secrets and then ran off to Russia should be celebrated as brave, but you don't seem to understand the DNI's role in determining whistleblower determinations. In fact, the DNI has a significant role in transmitting lawful whistleblower complaints to this committee. They're all laid out right here in the statute. And I would have serious concerns about confirming someone who cannot distinguish between complaints that are made lawfully and those that are made not. In the statute, it says the job of the DNI is to protect intelligence sources and methods from unauthorized disclosure. That's a quote. I guess I'm asking, what message would it send to have a DNI who would celebrate the work of a member of the IC or a contractor that would, on their own mission, to decide what's appropriate to leak? I don't understand. Third, until recently, you had a clear and consistent record of opposing FISA 702. I know members on this committee already understand how important this is, but for folks who don't, this law is critical to our national security. Literally 60% on average of what goes into the president's daily brief, what President Trump will read each day in assessing what's going on in the world, comes from this important piece of law that allows us to seek out those foreigners abroad for coverage. And it's helped prevent terrorist attacks. It helps us prevent foreign cyber attacks. It helps us on a topic that a lot of folks are looking at, fentanyl trafficking. Now, many in this Congress and many on the committee have tried to reform this legislation to better balance security and civil liberties. However, you have consistently gone further. Not only did you vote against reauthorizing 702, you actually introduced legislation to fully repeal the whole thing, calling it again, quote, a blatant disregard for our Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. Now, I understand that since you've been nominated to be DNI, you've expressed a change of heart. I think that's welcome, but I have to tell you, as I try to make, I view this as a job interview, as I try to make my judgment on whether you should be confirmed, I think this
is just opening statements.
Because
This is just opening statements. He's not on the clock.
And we need serious people with sufficient experience to be able to navigate that complexity. I hope you use this opportunity to address my concerns and all of the members of this committee. I appreciate again your service, and I'm looking forward to a thorough discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Gene Angry Penguin. Elect me for office. I'm going to insist the Senate get mics that don't pick up every lip smack. It's reverse ASMR violence inducing.
Richard Burr, the former chairman.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Gene Angry Penguin, for your kind super chat.
Ms. Gabbard. Yet still, in retirement, he still seems unable to find a pair of socks. Nonetheless, we say thank you and welcome you back, Senator Burr.
Some things are very predictable, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, members of this distinguished committee, I want to thank you for allowing me to join you today to provide my thoughts and support on behalf of Tulsi Gabbard's nomination to be Director of National Intelligence. This is my first visit back to the Senate in slightly over 2 years. Permit me to say, from this side of the dais, you're not as intimidating as I thought when I was on your side of the dais. When I was chairman of this committee, Senator Warner and I stuck to a single refrain with our staff: follow the facts wherever they lead. Today, an anonymous person or group launching a campaign using rumors as sources and accusations as fact can drive the outcome of an election and of public opinion. I know it to be true. Remember, I sat in your chair for the Russia investigation, where we found much of the influence to be the result of fictitious narratives driven by Russia. Now, some of you may be wondering, why do I support Tulsi Gabbard, and why am I here to introduce her as a nominee? I've experienced firsthand a coordinated attempt to influence this nominee's support in the United States Senate and with the American people. I was contacted by several national journalists shortly after the president nominated Tulsi, asking me to confirm one of the many rumors circulating about this nominee.
Thank you, Eric, for the nice gift memberships, and thank you also, Tony, earlier for the gift memberships. I'm not sure if I said thank you at the time, so I'll say thank you now.
This narrative was shared from one journalist to the
Thank you,
next
Kirby,
journalist to the
Mom,
next
Minion,
journalist.
Sharts, for
I
becoming an
think they
uncivilian.
have
That's also appreciated.
This was a coordinated effort to kill this nomination. Advise and consent is the responsibility of the United States Senate, and I truly believe that each member takes it seriously. All members of this committee were offered the opportunity for individual meetings with Tulsi, and if you chose not to meet with her, it's on you. I've done my homework, and here are the facts. Tulsi Gabbard's historic life began at birth.
When are
She's
they
the
doing the
first
actual votes? I'm not
American
sure
woman
exactly
born
when.
member of Congress.
The record is open for a couple
She graduated
days,
from
I
Hawaii
think,
Pacific
to allow
University
the
with a degree in
candidate time to
business
respond.
administration
So
with a
probably next
concentration
week.
in
I'm not sure if it's on the
international
schedule
business.
yet.
In 2002, at age 21, Tulsi became the youngest woman in America ever elected as a state representative. That was not enough. In 2003, she joined the Hawaii National Guard. When deployed, in her reelection, her opponent raised the issue, could you serve the people that elected you if, in fact, you were deployed? What did Tulsi do? She withdrew from her reelection campaign in order to continue to serve our country in the war on terror. This would not be the first or the last time Tulsi put her country above her career. After multiple deployments and serving in
Thank
the
you,
Hawaii
Ellen Parker,
City
for the
Council,
gift memberships as
she was
always.
elected
Ellen
to the
Parker,
United States
a
House of
longtime
Representatives,
supporter of this channel.
where she
His
served
continuing
four
support
terms.
is deeply
Throughout her
appreciated. Thank you,
political
Ellen.
career, she maintained her military service either in the National Guard or the Army Reserve.
Be like Alan. Become a member today. Hit that beautiful, beautiful join button. It is only 99 cents a month to join.
Her
It
patriotism,
is literally as cheap
whether
as
she
I
can be
can make
trusted.
it. It's
Just
not
number
even $1. What can $1 buy you today?
refuse
Not much,
question the
but it can get you a month of membership over here at Uncivil Law.
of her nation for 22 years and never taken it off. No fewer than 5 times has the Department of Defense reviewed her security clearance and extended it. Every single time. If
You may
Tulsi's
not be
guilty
able to
of
buy an egg,
Since she was born, her views,
but you can become a
opinions,
member of
and
the
beliefs
channel.
have evolved to reflect her
Lol,
life's
inflation's funny.
Winston Churchill once said, "Those that never change their minds never change anything." She served her city, her state, her country while winning the support of the people she represented. She's fought in war, and yes, she's tried to stop wars. At the ripe age of 43, Tulsi has the life experiences that match or exceed most members of Congress. Tulsi was serving in uniform 3 years before some of us here today voted to create the Director of National Intelligence. Chairman Cotton.
TS isn't some
Vice
badge of
Chairman
honor?
Warner,
I mean, I
members of
disagree with
the
that.
committee,
TS is not like
It's my honor to support
completely
and
trivial.
introduce to the committee Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Burr. Now, our colleague, Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, has taken a few minutes out of her very busy schedule to be here to introduce Ms. Gabbard as well. Senator Ernst.
AKA
Thank you, Chairman
Barrett
Cotton
Tulsi,
and
for
Ranking
10 gift
Member
memberships. Thank you
Warner.
very much, sir.
And good morning to
Ma'am.
my distinguished colleagues.
Whichever.
I also do want
Well,
to
I'm glad
take a
you're here.
moment this morning to recognize the lives that were lost in the collision near DCA last night. It is a truly heartbreaking tragedy. My prayers are with the victims' families and their loved ones. So thank you. Duty,
There are significantly more detailed levels of
Honor.
clearance. Yeah.
service. These are not just words. They are principles that have guided Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard. As a young enlisted soldier in the Hawaii National Guard, Tulsi
Well, I'll tell you what,
answered
she's about to have
the
those
call
levels of
to
clearance. She's
duty
about to have all the
upon
clearance.
her deployments to the
So
Middle
I wouldn't
East.
worry about it too much.
From graduating at the top of her class, from the accelerated officer
Jill, good to have you
candidate
here.
school at the Alabama Military Academy, the first woman to do so, to serving as the youngest member of Hawaii's legislature. She upheld honor while breaking barriers both in uniform and in her civilian leadership roles. And today, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard demonstrates her commitment to service by sitting before this committee, prepared to answer the nation's call yet once again.
I think she needs to give a call to
This time as
Pete
the
so
next
they can make her a full
Director
bird colonel.
of National Intelligence.
I mean, you have a friend now, right? Like,
Tulsi and I share
pick up the
similar
phone. Hey, like, Pete,
both to our
can you make me a
nation
bird colonel,
and
please?
to our
Okay, thanks,
communities.
bye.
We've worn the same uniforms, serving in the Army National Guard and Army Reserves, leading battalions and deploying to Iraq and Kuwait. We've both had the privilege of serving in our state legislatures and in Congress, representing the people who shaped our lives and our communities. Tulsi exemplifies what it means to rise above partisanship, putting the needs of the American people over political divisions. She put her own life on the line in combat operations and now has set aside partisan differences as a former Democrat member of Congress to answer the call to
I also
serve
like
in a
Joni's hair, by the way.
Republican administration.
So as long as we're commenting on like looks we like,
Mainstream
I like
media
Joni's
has
hair.
fought to paint their own picture of Tulsi
It's working
Gabbard.
for me.
But let's talk about the real Tulsi Gabbard, the woman and the soldier who I've come to know and respect. And I've known Tulsi for the past decade. Relationships matter. In 2015, then Congresswoman Gabbard met my dear friend Owen, who was a dear friend of mine from Iowa State University. Owen was a wounded special operations warrior who embodies the resilience and strength of our military community. Owen was the subject of an attack in Afghanistan where he lost his leg and his left eye serving in the war. After this attack, or during
Congress would have
this
to make her
attack,
full bird?
Owen
I
was
don't think that's
tossed
true.
into
I think
the
Congress
dead
only
pile.
does with generals,
Owen,
right? I don't think she
bleeding
needs
and in
Congress's
excruciating pain,
blessing to become a full
cried
bird.
out to his
Full
teammates,
bird. I don't think that's right.
I'm not dead.
I'm willing to be corrected, but I don't believe Congress approves
Thankfully,
for
his
full
fellow
colonels. I don't
warfighter
think that's right.
attended to Owen. But the road to recovery was long and hard, including a stint at Walter Reed Medical Center. During this time, Owen met a fellow warrior and patriot, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
All officers are
became
commissioned by
a
Congress?
friend,
Well, in
and
one
today
sense,
they
yes.
remain
They're
intact.
commissioned, but I don't think that means that they
Owen
need
prides
congressional
himself on
approval
being a
specifically
very
to go
good
from one
judge
rank
of
to another.
character.
I don't think you need congressional approval every
Tulsi,
time you get promoted
he
within the
speaks
commissioned ranks. That
volumes
seems odd.
of
That would
your
seem
character.
completely. Are you telling me you need congressional
Owen's
approval
final
every single
message to
time you
me
get
before
promoted
this hearing
within
was,
the commissioned ranks?
Tulsi
That
has
seems like
maintained her
that doesn't
integrity
seem right.
throughout her career.
That doesn't
She's the
seem
same
right.
gal I met in 2015.
Yeah.
She always makes time for our old, broken warriors. And colleagues, I will leave you with this. You know me. I trust Tulsi Gabbard. She will be honest with you. She will listen to your concerns.
You need it for a higher rank, really?
She will be receptive to your feedback.
For
And
an
rest
06, you need
assured,
congressional. You need a bill.
Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard
You need
loves
to be promoted to an 06.
country.
You need a bill of Congress.
a fact proven by her willingness to put her life on the line to defend it. For over 20 years, she has put on the uniform and checked her political views at the door with one mission in mind: to protect and defend our great United States of
Even
America.
for enlisted to E7.
Tulsi, duty, honor, and service have
Okay.
marked your life. Thank you for your extraordinary dedication to our nation, for embodying the values that make our military the best in the world, and for stepping up to serve yet once again as President Trump's Director of National Intelligence. Relationships matter. I urge my colleagues to support this nomination. My best wishes to you, Tulsi, and to your family.
Also, by the way,
God bless our
like,
country. Thank you.
there's
Mr.
like a standard rule, I'm sure, but like,
Thank you, Senator Ernst.
it would strike me as slightly surprised if the Secretary of Defense can't be like,
I'm sure Senator
you're an
Byrd
E6
wants to
now,
go on a fishing
or
trip or
06.
something.
I mean, it would strike me as
we'll
odd if
excuse
the
those senators from the
Secretary of
witness table.
Defense can't do that. You know,
Ms. Gabbard, before we move to your opening statement, it is the custom of the committee to ask a series of obligatory questions to all nominees. First,
I mean, I don't know the
swear
finer
or
points of
affirm
it,
to give
but
this
you know, it
committee
just
your
seems like
full
something
and truthful
that the
testimony?
I do.
Secretary of Defense could do.
Do you agree to appear before the committee here or in other venues when invited?
Yes.
Third, if confirmed, do you agree to send officials from your office to appear before the committee and designated staff when invited?
Yes.
Fourth, do you agree to provide documents or any materials requested by the committee in order for it to carry out its oversight and legislative responsibilities?
I do.
Fifth, will you ensure that your office and your staff provide such material to the committee when requested?
Yes.
Sixth, do you agree to inform and fully brief, to the fullest extent possible, all members of this committee on intelligence activities and covert actions rather than only the chairman and the vice chairman?
Yes.
Thank you for those answers, Ms. Gabbard. We now welcome the opportunity, finally, to hear from you in your own words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
06 just has to be approved
Before
by
we
the Secretary of the
begin,
Service?
I too would
Yeah,
like
it sounds
to
a little bit more
start by
plausible.
offering my
Sounds more
prayers
plausible. It
and
just has to be approved by the
condolences
Secretary of the
to
Service,
those who were killed in
who then,
last
of course,
night's
answers to the
horrific
Secretary of
crash.
Defense. So,
Senator Warner, Senator Moran,
yeah.
our condolences and prayers are with you and all of your constituents. Again, Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, and all of the members of the committee, it's an honor to be here before you today. I've appreciated the opportunity to meet with so many of you and address your questions and concerns before today's hearing. I know they've gone, but I'm grateful to Senators Burr and Ernst for their trust and their confidence in taking time to join us here today. To my husband, Abraham, my family, friends, fellow veterans, Medal of Honor recipients, and patriots, thank you for your love and support. I'm honored and grateful to President Trump for his trust and confidence in nominating me to serve our country as the Director of National Intelligence at a time when trust in the intelligence community, unfortunately, is at an all-time low.
Also, can't the president do a direct
Truman
commission?
admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence
While we're at
community,
it?
they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you."
Isn't direct commission a thing?
For too long, faulty, inadequate, or weaponized
So,
intelligence have
could-
led
could
to
we get a- could we get the
costly
president to
failures
make her an
and the
06?
undermining of our national security and
Can we do
God-given
that
freedoms enshrined
while
in
we're
the
at it?
Constitution.
I think she might know the guy.
The most obvious example of one of these failures is our invasion of Iraq based upon a total fabrication or complete failure of intelligence. This disastrous decision led to the deaths of tens of thousands of American soldiers, millions of people in the Middle East, mass migration, destabilization, and undermining of the security and stability of our European allies, the rise of ISIS, strengthening of al-Qaeda and other Islamist jihadist groups, and strengthening Iran. Here are just a few other examples. The American people elected Donald Trump as their president not once but twice, and yet the FBI and intelligence agencies were
E4
politicized
mafia?
by his opponents
Respect.
to undermine his presidency
Respect.
and falsely portray
Full
him as a
bird
puppet of
private.
Title
We
I of
salute
FISA
you.
was used illegally to obtain a warrant to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page, using a Clinton campaign-funded false dossier as their so-called evidence. Biden campaign advisor Tony Blinken was the impetus for the 51 former senior intelligence officials' letter dismissing Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation specifically to help Biden win the election. Former DNI James Clapper lied to this committee in 2013, denying the existence of programs that facilitated the mass collection of millions of Americans' phone and internet records. yet was never held accountable. Under John Brennan's leadership, the CIA abused its power to spy on Congress, to dodge oversight, lied about doing it until he was caught, and yet has never been held responsible. Under Biden, the FBI abused its power for political reasons to try to surveil Catholics who attend traditional Latin Mass, labeling them as quote-unquote radical traditionalist Catholics.
Promotion of colonels typically decided by a promotion
Personally,
board
just
and approved by
24 hours
Secretary of
after I
Defense.
criticized
Yes, the president can
Kamala
approve it.
Harris
Thank you,
and her
Tracy.
nomination, I was placed on a
Yeah.
secret domestic terror watch list.
Yeah, I'm
called
sure there's a
Quiet
standard
Pass.
procedure.
Sadly,
Right?
there are more
It's like,
examples. The bottom line
I'm
is
well
this:
aware that there's a
must
standard procedure to get
President
promoted within the
Trump's
military.
re-election is a clear
But it's
mandate
like,
from the American people
when you come to
break the
Tulsi,
cycle
it's
of
like,
failure,
well, I know a
end the
guy,
weaponization,
right? So we
politicization
can
of the
move past the
intelligence
standard
community
procedures
and
into what is
begin to
possible.
restore trust in
Right?
those
So
who've been
it's like,
charged with the critical task of securing
how
our
does a
nation.
person typically become 06
If confirmed
is
as DNI,
definitely
I
not
will
how
do my
Tulsi
very
can become
best
06. Those are
to
not the same
fulfill this
question.
mandate and bring leadership to the
Yeah.
intelligence community with a laser-like focus on our essential mission, ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. As the President's principal intelligence advisor, I'll begin by leading by example, checking my own personal views at the door, and committing to delivering intelligence that is collected, analyzed, and reported without bias, prejudice, or political influence.
Standard is
enlisted in
audit
the
a
Army
major
because
past
of the
that's who you
horrific
know.
terrorist attack on September 11th, and
I
volunteered
have no
to
problem believing
deploy
it's
to
political
Iraq
to
in
some degree past
2005,
major.
where I
That sounds
served
very
in a medical
plausible.
unit. After nearly 22 years in uniform with 3 combat deployments to the Middle East and Africa, I'm now a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve.
And then
where I
again,
serve
back
as a
to,
battalion commander
if
of
it is
soldiers
back
in
to who you
Oklahoma,
know,
Missouri, and
if it's based
Arkansas.
on who you know, again, I
I
think
served
Tulsi
in
knows a
Congress for 8
guy.
years on the Homeland Security, Foreign Affairs, and Armed Services.
So what are we
committees.
talking about?
And it's my
Right? If
experience
promotion
in the
past
military
major is based
and
on
in
who
the
you
halls of
know,
Congress that have given me a deep understanding of the complex challenges.
What
that
are
our
we
nation
talking about?
faces. In both roles, engaging with world leaders, in both roles, being privy to highly classified intelligence. So I know firsthand how essential accurate, unbiased, and timely intelligence is to the President, to Congress, and to our warfighters. I also know the heavy cost of intelligence failures and abuses. Senator Collins, you led the creation of ODNI specifically to address those intelligence failures of 9/11 and Iraq's so-called WMDs. The need for the ODNI under strong leadership still exists today. If confirmed, I'll bring my experience and fresh eyes to leading the intelligence community. And my day one priorities will be to assess the global threat environment, identify where gaps in our intelligence exist, integrate
Because rank
intelligence
is earned, not
elements,
supposed to be
increase
given.
information sharing, and ensure that unbiased, apolitical, objective
rank is
collection
supposed to
and
be earned, not
analysis
given.
to support the president and policymakers'
yeah.
decision-making occur.
Yeah.
I'll work to end the politicization of the intelligence community and ensure
Yeah.
there is a clear mission focus in the IC on its core
Admiral
mission
Levine,
of
anybody?
this unbiased, apolitical
Anybody?
collection and
Bueller?
analysis of intelligence
Bueller?
to secure our nation.
Yeah, Levine
I'll
definitely
work to
earned it.
rebuild trust
Sure.
through transparency and accountability.
Yeah, that's definitely
This
what happened.
is a national security imperative. And I'll work to assess and
Yeah.
address efficiencies, redundancies.
I'm pretty
and
sure
effectiveness
Tulsi
across
Gabbard has
ODNI
earned
to ensure focus
being a
of
full
personnel
bird
and
colonel more than
resources
Levine
is
earned
on
being
our core mission of national
a
security.
2-star general.
Now, in my meetings
or
that I've
admiral,
had
as
with
the case
many of
may
you,
be.
you expressed bipartisan frustration about recent intelligence failures as well
Or was
as the
she
lack of
3-star?
responsiveness to your requests for
I forget.
information. Whether it's the surprise October 7th Hamas terrorist attack, to the sudden takeover of Syria by Islamist extremists, failures to identify the source of COVID, anomalous health incidents, UAPs, drones, and more.
Not 4-star. I definitely know
If
it wasn't
confirmed, I look
4-star.
forward to working with you to address these issues.
I think it's 2-star.
Ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people is a mandate of leadership that rises above partisan politics. If confirmed, my commitment to the President, to you, and to the American people is this: I will do my very best to find the truth, no matter where it leads, and share that truth with President Trump, his advisors, and you in Congress, providing you with that unbiased, timely, and accurate intelligence as you make the tough decisions that'll impact the safety, security, and freedom of the
4-star?
American people.
Really?
Now, before I close, I want to warn the American people who are watching at home. You may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge my loyalty to and my love for our country.
Let's double check.
Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States, accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously
I guess you're right. It was 4-star.
being
I
the
stand
puppet
corrected.
of 5 different puppet masters.
That's more helpful towards
Same
my
tactic
point than
was
the
used against
alternative.
President Trump.
So that only makes my
failed.
point stronger, but you're right,
The
4-star.
American people elected
Okay.
President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change.
Okay, so my point is more valid.
Fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet. I have no love for Assad or Gaddafi or any
It must be
dictator.
the Surgeon General that's
I
3-star.
just
Maybe
hate
that was what I was
Al-Qaeda.
thinking of.
I hate that we have leaders who cozy up to Islamist extremists, minimizing them to so-called rebels. As Jake Sullivan said to Hillary Clinton, quote, Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. Well, Syria is now controlled by an Al-Qaeda offshoot, HTS, led by an Islamist jihadist who danced in the streets on 9/11 and who was responsible for the killing of many American service members. Democrat senators in the past resorted to
I'll tell you what,
anti-Christian
man.
bigotry
She can have
against
as many
some of
stars
President
from me as she
Trump's
wants.
judicial nominees like Amy
How many
Coney
stars do you
Barrett
want?
and Brian Boucher. I condemn those
I'll give you
actions
all the
as a
stars,
Democrat in
girl.
Congress at the time, as religious bigotry must be thoroughly condemned by all of us, no matter the religion. Unfortunately, there are some Democrat senators who still don't understand the principle of freedom of religion and Article 6 of the Constitution. Quote, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Unfortunately, they're once again using the religious bigotry card, but this time trying to foment religious bigotry against Hindus and Hinduism. If anyone is sincerely interested in knowing more about my own personal spiritual path of Hinduism, I welcome you to go to my account on X, where I'll share more on this topic. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will continue to live by the oath that I have sworn at least 8 times in my life.
You know, I'm sure Congress is not going to obey it, but I would like to point out in advance that any questions to her relating to her faith are unconstitutional. Congress can't ask questions regarding her faith. Please see Article 6 of the Constitution for further details.
Thank you, Ms. Gabbard. A few reminders before we begin our 5-minute round of questioning. First, a reminder to the audience, once again, I will not tolerate.
Wouldn't stop them. It hasn't stopped them before. I'm just saying it's in there.
In favor of or in opposition to Ms. Gabbard. We all came to hear from Ms. Gabbard, not from you. 2 reminders to my colleagues. We'll have a 5-minute round of questions. Not 5.5, not 6, 5-minute round. We will also have a closed
They
session.
do it all the time. They sure do.
in which you'll
I'm
have
still
another
waiting for the
5
first nominee
questions.
to say, I won't
Second,
answer that question.
If
The
any
question is
question,
unconstitutional
as
under
Senator
Article
Bush alluded
6.
to, begins
I
to
am
approach
still
the
waiting
mark
for it to
of
happen.
classified
Any
material.
day.
My crack staff will advise me, and I will ask you to hold the question until we get to a closed setting.
Mr. Chairman, could I just inquire? I was under the understanding that if in the open round, because this is the only time the American people will be able to see this judgment, you'd agreed if certain members needed to ask a second round of questions in the public setting, that would be available.
As is our custom, if a member waits until the end of the opening round and has a follow-up question, then we will permit that follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, you'll be entrusted with our nation's most important secrets. We're all entrusted with that information to serve the American people and to keep our country safe. Unfortunately, as you said in your opening statement, we've seen too many instances in recent years of people who were trusted with classified information and went on to abuse and politicize that trust. For example, in October 2020, more than 50 former intelligence officers, many of whom still held a top secret clearance, wrote a letter invoking their credentials to make false claims about Hunter Biden's laptop, likely being Russian disinformation. Do you agree that this was an example of intelligence professionals abusing and politicizing their past positions?
Can the
and credentials?
supremacy debate clause overcome Article 6? No, because they're both
Yes,
constitutional
Mr. Chairman,
provisions.
I do, and it is an
Right? So you
example
can't have one
of
constitutional
what needs to
provision
end and
overcome
why the
another
American
provision.
people elected
The
President
and the
Trump to bring about
specific
those necessary
rules the
reforms.
general.
Thank you. Will you commit that no one who
Right? So
abuses his
generally,
past
Congress
position
has speech and
credentials
debate,
in
but
this fashion will
specifically,
hold
they
security
can't ask
clearance
questions
in the future?
relating
Yes.
religious
Thank you.
faith.
Now, I want to be
You know,
fair
so-
to my Democratic colleagues.
Yeah,
Such
no.
abuses aren't just a problem on the left. Also in 2020, President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, published a book in which he revealed sensitive conversations with the president on national security matters, including highly classified information. He didn't submit this book for review and approval to ensure that our national security secrets were protected. Do you agree that John Bolton's actions likewise undermined public trust?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Will you commit that no one who so abuses his past position and risks the exposure of classified information by publishing a book without submitting it for review and getting approval before publication will hold a security clearance again or be trusted with classified information again?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on to the topic of OD&I reform that I mentioned in my opening statement. Congress originally envisioned the OD&I to be a small coordinating agency that directs rather than replicates the now 18 constituent agencies that make up our intelligence community. Over the years, however,
Are there
the
18 of them
OD&I
now?
strayed from this
Damn.
vision to an organization that now publicly boasts nearly 2,000 people, more than half of whom are not detailed from an intelligence agency, but rather are career OD&I bureaucrats. They've even developed centers that are producing their own analysis. Will you commit today to working with this committee to restoring the OD&I to its original size, scope, and function?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you and the committee as I, if confirmed, assess the current status of who is working in the OD&I and the function that they fulfill to make sure of its effectiveness and elimination of redundancies and bloating.
Thank you. Do you support some of the policy proposals I mentioned in my opening statement about capping the size of the OD&I, eliminating OD&I taxes, returning employees back to their home agencies to do real intelligence work?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you as we assess where the OD&I needs to be in order to fulfill its core mission and function.
Thank you. And in your preparation for this hearing and this important responsibility, have you developed any thoughts that explains the mission creep and the empire building that we've seen at the OD&I in recent years?
Yes, Senator, I've had the opportunity to review the history of the OD&I, to speak to Ambassador Negroponte, the first Director of National Intelligence, as well as others who have served in this position. I think there are a number of contributing factors to the creation of centers, or not centers, but offices like the recently eliminated Office of DEI within OD&I, and other areas where I need to go in and assess the replication and the duplication of responsibilities that exist elsewhere and some of the other intelligence elements that OD&I has oversight over.
Thank you. Colleagues, I will lead by example and yield back 1 minute of my time and recognize the Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a first. Ms. Gabbard, let me be clear, at least in my views. I salute your service to our country. But I have serious doubts about your judgment. And those are some of the areas that I want to pursue. First, until you are nominated by the president to be the DNI, you consistently praise the actions of Edward Snowden. Some who, I believe, jeopardized the security of our nation and then, in an effort to flaunt that, fled to Russia. You even called Edward Snowden, and I quote here, a brave whistleblower. Every member of this committee supports the rights of legal whistleblowers. But Edward Snowden isn't a whistleblower. And in this case, I'm a lot closer to the chairman's words, where he said Snowden is, quote, an egotistical serial liar and traitor who, quote, deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Ms. Gabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government
Excuse me, Mr.
that
Gabbard.
led to serious reforms that Congress undertook.
Chairman, we got 5 minutes. So I take your answer, and these are your quotes. Brave, please join my bipartisan legislation calling for charges to be dropped against him. Do you disagree that legislation was not appropriate? Do you believe he is brave or not?
Yeah,
Back those words?
once again, Senator, Edward Snowden broke the law. He
Ms. Gabbard,
also
I'm not
released
talking- we
information
agree that Edward Snowden
that
broke the law.
exposed the United
I'm
States
asking you a
government's
question whether
illegal
your
programs.
legislation and your words are still your beliefs. Yes or no, please?
I'm making myself very clear. Edward
Ma'am.
Snowden broke the law. He released information about the United States
Ma'am, I've got
government's
other issues to
illegal
raise.
activities.
Ma'am,
If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets, and I have 4 immediate steps
ask for
that I would
additional time.
take to
Chairman.
prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am, I would simply ask you again. I don't think you're going to answer. I agree with Tom Cotton, he's a traitor. You, for years, until you got chosen by President Trump, have celebrated this guy as brave. You've called for him to be pardoned, for his charges to be dropped. I cannot imagine a director of national intelligence that would say that kind of behavior is okay. How would we maintain the trust of the IC and the contractors who work for it? How would we maintain the trust of our Five Eye partners? I find it very troubling. Let me move to 702. I know other members are going to raise this. Remember, the 702 is critical to our national security. 60% of the president's daily brief, 60% of the information President Trump gets every day in a PDB will come from this. You've had a long history of opposing 702. Many members of Congress have. But one of the things you actually done that not many have is not to reform it, but you actually said you wanted to repeal it. But now, whether it's, confirmation conversion or whatever you call 702 vital, and I'm quoting, because of significant FISA reforms have been enacted since you left Congress. Ms. Gabbard, what are the reforms that have led you to now support 702?
In the short time that I have, Senator, I will just note that my actions in legislation in Congress were done to draw attention to the egregious civil liberties violations that were occurring at that time.
Ms. Gabbard, Ms. Gabbard, I ask you a question. Please give me the courtesy of responding. You said the reforms now make you support it. What can you cite? Which reforms?
There are a number of reforms to include
In the new
getting
bill,
rid
in the new law,
that,
right?
that all of you and your
Gabbard,
wisdom.
Ms. Gabbard, my time is getting short. But I got to just tell you, after the reforms were passed into law in April of 24, you went on Joe Rogan's podcast in May. The bill is now law. And you said, quote, this bill took an already bad problem and made it many, many times worse. Again, in my mind, this is a question of judgment. 702 is critical. I appreciate this late conversion, but I'm not sure I buy it because you've had such a consistent position. Again, I know my colleague's going to raise these, but rather than standing up to dictators like Putin and Assad, you've sometimes amplified his talking points. I mean, I just do not understand how you can blame NATO for Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And when Assad used chemical weapons against his own people, you didn't condemn him. I can go through all the quotes. You actually questioned Americans' intelligence. Now, you mentioned a lot about trust. And one of the things that I'm so proud on this committee is, my friend Senator Burr said, we always follow the truth. I say on this committee, it's the most valuable work I do in this Senate. We have a bipartisan approach to intelligence. I think we have worked to try to keep the intelligence community and earn their trust, and frankly, earn the trust of the American people. But I, respectfully, ma'am, I just don't believe on your judgment and credibility issues, that this is the appropriate role that you should take going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gabbard, Edward Snowden does stand out as having done particularly grave harm to our national security by revealing top secret information, including sensitive sources and methods, thus jeopardizing agents in the field. So let me ask you a question. If confirmed, would you support or recommend a pardon or any kind of clemency for Edward Snowden?
Thank you for the question, Senator Collins. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility would be to ensure the security of our nation's secrets and would not take actions to advocate for any actions related to Snowden.
So the answer is no. Is
Correct.
that correct? In 2020, you introduced the Protect Brave Whistleblowers Act, which would amend the Espionage Act to make it more difficult to prosecute individuals who reveal classified information. In particular, the bill would allow individuals to disclose even top secret information as long as it's not done with the specific intent to injure the United States or advantage any foreign nation. Your bill would also have created an affirmative defense if public disclosure of classified information were made for several reasons, one of which was to expose gross waste of funds. I strongly oppose this legislation, which would hamper our ability to prosecute people who give our adversaries classified information. So let me ask you this. Ms. Gabbard, do you still support providing individuals who have access to top secret information with the ability to make their own decisions regarding whether that information should be publicly disclosed, even though disclosure may cause tremendous harm to our country or our allies?
Senator, we cannot and should not have individual vigilantes within the intelligence community making their own decisions about how and where and when to expose our nation's secrets. The intent of the legislation that you have pointed out was pointed towards ensuring due process for those who are charged under the Espionage Act in a court of law. This is a law that has been abused in some cases and used for political purposes. President Obama charged more people under the Espionage Act than all other presidents combined. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my sole focus and goal would be our nation's security, which includes ensuring the security of our nation's secrets. And I would work to make sure that we don't have any disclosures or vigilantes taking it upon themselves. There are numerous legal paths that will protect this information for those who feel they have concerns. And I look forward to working with you and this committee on making sure that those protections are known by every single person in the workforce and effectively implemented.
So you do not support allowing individuals to make their own decisions without authorization to disclose secret information, classified information?
Yes, and I believe we have the legal structure in place for those who have concerns to address them.
As you know, there has been speculation in the press that you met with Hezbollah, a terrorist organization affiliated with Iran. Have you ever knowingly met with any members, leaders, or affiliates of Hezbollah?
No, and it is an absurd accusation.
Let me ask you one final question in the short time we have left. With Hamas, ISIS-K, the Houthis, all the Iranian proxies in Syria and Iraq, Yemen, and Al-Qaeda, all posing general resurgences in the Middle East, Africa, and Central Asia. I'm alarmed at the lack of focus by the IC on this threat to our safety. We don't want to have to call you back to this room after a terrorist attack and ask, how did the IC miss this? Great power competition, China, Russia, definitely pose threats to our country, but the terrorist threat is arguably the most imminent threat, according to former FBI Director Chris Wray. If confirmed, what would be your strategy to refocus the IC on the terrorist threat to our country and to Americans abroad?
Thank you, Senator. I agree with your assessment, and this speaks to the need for the ODNI to exist, to redirect those resources, identifying the gaps in intelligence so that we are able to get ahead of these threats instead of coming around after the fact and trying to assess why did we not know about this sooner so that we could have taken action to prevent it.
Thank you.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Gabbard.
Thank you.
I am going to try to get 4 questions in, so I'll be brief, and if you can reciprocate, that would be very much appreciated. We've been talking about Section 702, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and I believe it's critical that the DNI support additional reforms to protect the privacy of law-abiding Americans. In your written response to committee questions, you wrote, and I quote, "Warrants should generally be required before an agency undertakes a U.S. person query of Section 702. Is this your current position?"
Yes, it is, Senator. And as you'll note in that written response, I noted some exigent circumstances with which there may be other options. But I also want to make a note that a simple warrant requirement is ultimately going to be a policy decision that all of you will make. I would point to history, to some examples.
Time is short. I'm glad you answered in line with your written answer that you support a warrant. Section 702 also involves a huge loophole now that was included recently that could allow the government to force anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router or cable box to secretly participate in the warrantless surveillance program. Do you support, as I do, eliminating this language?
Senator, I would have to look more into that and assess, if confirmed, what the impacts of the implementation of the existing safeguards are and come back to you in Congress as you look at reauthorization.
It is a massive loophole, and I hope to hear
Your sweater
after you
vest
look at it
sucks,
that you'll
sir.
be supportive of my efforts. Let me turn now to the question of the Inspector General situation. Can the President of the United States refuse to fund the Inspector General for the intelligence community despite appropriations from Congress? And here I'd like a yes or no.
I don't know.
Senator, I don't know about the legal authorities, but I understand the essential role that the inspectors general play. And if confirmed, look forward to empowering our Inspector General to fulfill their responsibility.
Good, because Congress either has the power of the purse or it doesn't. And I think in your answer to me, you recognize that you have an independent obligation to follow the law. I think that's a constructive answer. Let me turn now to the matter of spying on journalists. You wrote in your response to the committee questions that you support the Biden administration Department of Justice's policy restricting the collection of reporters' records, and you called for the codification of those restrictions. Will you reconfirm that position this morning?
I believe strongly in the First Amendment, which protects a free press.
So you will, in effect, say that you will continue to support the Biden administration policy to protect journalists?
I'm not familiar with the specific Biden administration policy, but I believe strongly in the defense of the First Amendment.
It is a policy that restricts the collection of reporters' records, and you have called for the codification of those records, so I am going to accept that you're not changing your position, and I appreciate it. I've got time, I think, for one more question. While you were in Congress, you introduced legislation prohibiting the government from mandating that Americans' phones or apps include mechanisms to allow the government to bypass encryption or other privacy technology. In your written responses to the committee questions, you reconfirmed your opposition to these mandates. Is that still your position?
Yes, these back doors lead down a dangerous path that can undermine Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties.
You are being very helpful by moving so quickly. Let me turn to whistleblowers. You wrote in your response that whistleblowers must have clear, protected channels to report concerns, including the unauthorized transmittal of classified information to appropriate entities such as members of Congress. Do you agree that IC whistleblowers must have a clear path to this committee and that they don't need permission from agencies to talk to us? That's a yes or no.
Senator, the answer is clearly yes. I would like to state a few other actions I would take if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence is, number one, make sure that we don't have illegal and unconstitutional programs within the intelligence community, making sure that we enact security clearance reform to limit access to our nation's top secrets, make sure that every single person in the workforce understands their rights as whistleblowers and the legal channels to take,
Cash
which would
does
include
kind of
coming directly to you.
Cash
as members of
answers to the
Congress,
Attorney General,
as well
but
as
the
establishing
FBI
a
is part of the
direct
intelligence
hotline to
community.
myself,
So
should they choose
kinda,
to take that
a little
path.
bit.
One last
Cash
question,
would
if I might.
sort of answer to her a little bit.
Classification
Yeah.
of the committee's full report on the CIA's torture program.
Senator, I believe in transparency. I have not seen this, and so cannot make an honest assessment for that answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cornyn.
Welcome, Ms. Gabbard. Congratulations and thank you for your service to our nation. I hope you will take to heart the chairman's comments about the exploding bureaucracy, not only in the government generally, but in the office of the Director of National Intelligence. This is a critical role to be played, but unfortunately that role is not made easier or more effective by such a large, unwieldy bureaucracy.
I'm not so sure about the suit with the shirt combo. It's like too many lines.
Collected intelligence.
Too many
that's available
lines.
in order to inform his judgments as Commander-in-Chief.
Senator, not only is the answer a strong yes, I would say that it is the Director of National Intelligence responsibility to make sure that the president has access to all the intelligence so that he can make the best informed decisions for our country.
And you will be the one actually briefing him on a daily basis, correct?
That's
I
correct.
appreciate the tie shirt coordination.
Brief, and we've
I think it's the
heard
wrong jacket.
that is composed of about 60% of it's composed of information gleaned by collection under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I've heard your comments to Senator Wyden and others. You and I talked about the importance of getting dissenting views in front of the president so that we don't have groupthink, which can be very dangerous, particularly in the intelligence collection areas. And I appreciate your agreeing that presenting the policymakers, including the president, with dissenting views
It's not
is very
March.
important.
I think
Are
it's
you
okay to wear green
aware
in other
that,
times of the year.
Overwhelmingly, the courts that have
Yeah.
looked at a challenge to Section 702 based on the Fourth Amendment and any potential warrant requirement have overwhelmingly said that the Fourth Amendment is not implicated by search of lawfully collected intelligence.
I am aware, yes, Senator.
And do you disagree with that?
What I began to say in answer to Senator Wyden's previous question on this issue.
It's a little bit
is,
hard to
number
go.
one,
It's a little
the
bit hard to go
decision
wrong with
about
white on white,
a warrant
right?
requirement will be yours to make.
Tulsi, I mean, it's like hard to go wrong with white on white.
Director of National Intelligence, and people will be wanting to hear from you about what we should do as policymakers. Admittedly, you're not going to be a policymaker, but you certainly will inform us. And wouldn't you do agree that the courts have overwhelmingly held that a warrant is not required, correct?
Yes, Senator, I'm aware of the court rulings. What my commitment is to make sure that we uphold the Fourth Amendment rights of Americans in protecting against unlawful seizure and search. There are many different ways to do this. The devil is in the details.
Change the background color of my camera
because
because I think it's like not quite working for me now that I take a closer look at it.
To surveil a
Title
U.S.
Let's see what we can
person.
do here in terms of
Title
the,
I
the
is different.
background.
Correct.
I agree with you on that. And
But my point,
and that
Senator, if
was
I may just
misused-
finish.
Excuse me. If that was misused in the case of Carter Page and basically an FBI lawyer lied
Right.
in order to secure that warrant.
Which is why there are safe.
What would be necessary to be shown in order to establish probable cause to a judge in order to obtain a warrant?
Again, Senator, that's not for me to say. That would be
Think
for
light
you
blue
all
will
to
work.
decide and for the Attorney General to weigh in on.
Do you know what the elements of probable cause are and whether that's a practical and workable solution?
This is the center of the debate, the high standard of probable cause that's required to get a warrant, and why this will continue to be a conversation, again, with the Attorney General weighing in and all of you in Congress making this policy decision.
The CIA director, John Ratcliffe, said during his testimony before this committee that he believed that a warrant is not only required by law, but is actually impractical. Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
I will be in a better position to make an assessment on the practical implications of this if confirmed as DNI. My commitment remains to uphold the Constitution and Americans' Fourth Amendment rights.
Where would the warrant be sought? Would it be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, or would it be in some other Article III court?
My understanding is that it would be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court.
Are you aware of the fact the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court has held that a warrant is not required?
I am aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome. You traveled to Syria and Lebanon in January 2017. Bassam Kawam personally paid for that trip, and Bassam and his brother Ilyas accompanied you to both Lebanon and Syria. The Kawam brothers have links to the Syrian Social Nationalist Party, an ally of Hezbollah. And in fact, in 2008, the Syrian Social Nationalist Party participated in the assassination of a former Lebanese prime minister and assisted Hezbollah in Beirut. When did you become aware of the links between the Kawam brothers and the Syrian Social Nationalist Party?
Senator, thank you for your question. Just a point of clarification. I paid for my own expenses and travel on that trip. I was not aware of any accusations of these two Lebanese Americans associations until after the trip occurred.
And that's when you reimbursed?
Correct.
Because
Correct.
'Cause
Not because of, I wanted to make sure that there were no perceived conflicts of interest. I addressed this specific question to these Lebanese Americans who had organized the trip, and they vehemently denied any associations with that group.
There is not a great deal in the public record.
I like this guy's tie
And
and jacket combo.
Dictator Bashar,
That's really working with me.
al-Assad discussed
This guy
in January
fashions.
of 2017.
Plus, he doesn't have
I
a
think
white
there's a
shirt.
great
He's
deal
going for
of,
more like this
interest from the
slightly
American
light
people
gray
about
kind of thing.
What was discussed in
This
that
guy
meeting.
fashions.
So what did you talk about? And did you press Assad on things like his use of chemical weapons, systematic torture, and the killing of so many Syrians?
Yes, Senator. Upon returning from this trip, I met with people like then Leader Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer, talked to them and answered their questions about the trip. And quite frankly, I was surprised that there was no one from the intelligence community or the State Department who reached out or showed any interest whatsoever in my takeaways from that trip. I would have been very happy to have a conversation and give them a back brief. I went with former Congressman Dennis Kucinich, who had been there many times before and who had met with Assad before. A number of topics were covered and discussed, and to directly answer your question, yes, I asked him tough questions about his own regime's actions, the use of chemical weapons and the brutal tactics that were being used against his own people.
Were you able to extract any concessions from President Assad?
No, and I didn't expect to, but I felt these issues were important to address.
According to your revised trip report, your third meeting in Syria after meeting with Assad and then his wife was with Grand Mufti Ahmad Badreddin Hassoun. Forgive me if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. In an October 2011 speech, the Grand Mufti warned the U.S. and Europe that we will prepare suicide bombers who are already in your countries if you bomb Syria or Lebanon. What was the goal, or what did you accomplish by meeting with Grand Mufti?
Yes, Senator, before going on the trip and during my time both in Syria and Lebanon, I made it a point to meet with different religious leaders, both Muslim leaders as well as various Christian and Catholic leaders who were there in the region. I did that both in Syria and in Lebanon to hear from them about what their concerns or thoughts were with regard to the war that was being waged at the time.
Were you aware of his threats regarding suicide bombers in the United States?
I was not and had not heard that until today.
Who vetted the people that you met with on this trip to Syria and Lebanon?
The itinerary was created by former Congressman Dennis Kucinich, his constituents who he had traveled with to Syria and Lebanon a number of times before. Some of the individuals that I met with were looked at prior to the trip. Others came up during the trip that were unexpected.
Just in complete hindsight, would you view this trip as good judgment?
Yes, Senator, and I believe that leaders, whether you be in Congress or the President of the United States, can benefit greatly by going and engaging, boots on the ground, learning and listening and meeting directly with people, whether they be adversaries or friends.
Last question. Who do you blame? Who's responsible for the war in Ukraine?
Putin started the war in Ukraine.
Thank you. Sir Moran.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pause here since we just reached the end of that Q&A, or that session of Q&A. And we're going to go take a break and pivot and watch Trump's statement regarding the crash. So give me 1 second to pull that up, and we'll go watch that for a moment. Let's see if I can find it. Shouldn't be that hard, but, you know, sometimes finding things on the fly can be a little bit of a challenge. All right, here we go.
Intellect.
All right, let's go ahead and go back to the start of his remarks, which start right here. Great.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to request a moment of silence for the victims and their families, please.
Good start. Donald, that Trump is way too wide, dude, though. Come on. The tie, man. Could you find a wider tie? Is it possible to find a wider tie?
Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of really, we are in mourning. This is really shaking a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people. Unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy, icy Potomac, was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas. But we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great.
I mean, not for nothing, but I think the winner for worst first day on the job has to go to the director of the FAA, whose first day on the job was September 11th, 2001. That's the worst. That's got to be the record for the worst first day of the job. It's like, yeah. So, yeah.
Gentlemen, the whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before.
Wow.
I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first.
Wow.
And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers. and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website.
So basically translating, literally the people in charge of air traffic control are retarded. And that is the problem. I mean, like, well, okay. I mean, you know, all right. We're making some pretty bold statements this morning. We're definitely not holding back. Holy shit. Plus, it's the Biden administration that their fault that they're retarded. Okay. I mean, all right. That's what we're doing this morning.
States. They include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's.
Yeah, I'm not sure how dwarfs got into this discussion, but that's where we're going now.
Integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation.
Wow.
His government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels.
I swear at this point, this channel could literally just turn into a reaction channel for basically anything the White House does and have plenty of content and just be like, oh my God. Right? I mean, oh my God. That's crazy. This could be a reaction channel for the White House. It might, the channel might change its focus. It's definitely a thing that could happen. Holy shit. Yeah, basically what Asmongold is doing, basically kind of like what Asmongold is doing, and just be a reaction channel for the White House and just be like, oh my God, that's crazy. Holy shit, that's based. Yeah. Good stuff, man. Yeah. I might channel a little bit more what Asmongold is doing these days, because I definitely could see that being in my immediate future, just kind of channeling what Asmongold is doing. Holy shit.
Nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive to white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray, and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else.
And you scroll and hit the subscribe button. Where's the subscribe button? Let's go ahead and hit the subscribe button. I'm going to need that for later.
In the path.
I'll go ahead and get notifications. I'm going to want all those notifications.
He had a helicopter.
Yeah, I'm going to need all those notifications.
That was at the same height, obviously, when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine, follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn.
That's how helicopters work.
It was not the correct turn, obviously. And it did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, You could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason,
Those are all fairly accurate descriptions of how helicopters work. Helicopters can go up and down and left and right and backwards and forwards. They can slow down and they can stop in midair. Those are all reasonable, accurate descriptions of helicopters. True. There's no lies detected.
it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher, it could have been 200 feet lower, but it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the collision occurred because both the helicopter and the plane were at the same height, width, length, and time. I'm pretty sure that is what caused the collision to occur. Yeah. Pretty sure about that one.
So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me.
And if one of those things wasn't the same, the collision wouldn't have occurred. Yeah.
A couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense. Some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made. And you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it.
Mike
I had
Bott.
the highest standard that you could have. And then they changed it back. That was Biden.
You just gotta love the politics in it, man. It's just like, I changed it so we'd have really high standards, and they changed it so it'd be really low standards. And look what they wrought. Look what they wrought. Based.
To a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We've had a whole of government response, local, state, federal. And when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins.
Is it like legally required that he show up in the jacket, like the first responder? I don't know. They always show up in the windbreaker. Is it legally required that the first responders show up in a windbreaker? Is that a law somewhere? Because they always do the windbreaker thing, man. Windbreaker, no tie, patches.
with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences.
You say he came straight from the presser at the airport, like that answers the question, as opposed to him wearing suit and tie at the airport, right? I mean, again, like, is it legally required, especially for the head of the department, to show up in a windbreaker? Unless you're telling me he didn't have suit and tie available. I'm assuming he made the deliberate choice to show up in a windbreaker rather than suit and tie. So you say like he came straight from the presser at the airport, like that somehow answers the question. I'm not sure it does, man.
Of the loved ones, we commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible, with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's not acceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President. I appreciate that.
Who decided at what level, at what time, that the windbreaker look was the way to go for these officials? Who decided that, and when, and why? There's a fashion history question for you. How comes windbreaker? How did that come to be the official designated uniform? I guess that's a good question.
Confidence you placed in me. Thank you.
Pete, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. From the moment we found out about this, we were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened. I would echo it as well. No excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We first and foremost...
No windbreaker for DOD Secretary.
To the 64
They don't do
souls
the windbreaker.
and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers, a young captain, staff sergeant, and a CW2, Chief Warrant Officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. And I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level.
I mean, it's either an elevation issue or it is, it's either the Z-axis, or it could be the X-axis, or possibly the Y-axis. Could also be T for time. That could be the thing. One of those things could be the problem. X, Y, Z, or T. Probably those factors. Just guessing.
Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you.
Very much. JD, please.
I have not factored in the black hole. That is a fair point. I have not factored in a black hole like Don Lemon was talking about with Flight 370. That's true. Fair point. Fair point. I have not considered the warping of the space-time continuum. Yeah, that was my fault. I should have been more explicit and also said it could be a warp in the space-time continuum. Yeah, that could be the thing. That's fair. Yeah, that's that could be it. Yep. Could be a black hole. Sure. Maybe it's the same black hole that was affecting the Karen Reed case when we were talking about the light, remember, and stuff like that, and the light not getting to where it's supposed to be, and the light color changing, and the black hole, affecting the color of the light and absorbing light and all kinds of stuff, because the black hole just magically happened to be exactly between the camera and the rear end light, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, these magical black holes, man, they can cause some real problems. We've seen it before.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of.
If it turns out after the fact that the guy at the ATC was like some sort of, 160 IQ genius, if it doesn't turn on that factor, I don't know, man. It's like, even geniuses can make mistakes, right? So it's like, if it turns out to be an 160 IQ person who made a mistake, I don't know, man, that this is going to work well in retrospect, but okay.
But these are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened, and we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior. And that's what we're going to have. Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering
yes, we will.
the fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes.
Mr. President.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been made.
I'm sorry. We're talking about the Congo now? I think we need moderators for the White House press room. Like we need moderators for this channel. Like, remain vaguely on topic. Have the Congo enter this conversation. Holy shit.
Mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Mr. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the
Well, you're
Democratic
asking me a
Republic
question
of the
about
Congo.
Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem, I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it, but it is a very serious problem.
Mr. President, we don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference? They are a group of people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question. I'm surprised coming from you. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who was at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was the crash. It should have been brought up earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's answer about like what difference does the names make right now? That's a very silly question. Are you getting ahead of the investigation because you don't know the names of the people on board? No, that's kind of a dumb question. Like, of any number of questions to ask Trump, like, aren't you getting ahead of the investigation because, right? Aren't you like speculating in the dark? Aren't you like saying things that you don't really know? Like, of all the things that fill in the blank of, aren't you getting ahead in the investigation because one of the stupider things to ask was because you don't know the names of the people who are on the planes? No, that's a really dumb question. He's not getting ahead of the investigation for that reason. That's a really dumb question. What are you saying? Who cares?
The people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time.
So far in this press briefing, we have at least two stupid questions. Right? What do you think about the Congo? What the fuck? What are the names of the people on the plane? What does it matter with respect to why the accident occurred? So I'm not sure the press is necessarily sending their best. Two stupid questions in this press briefing. It's not going, okay.
I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower. We're higher. So if somehow there's a screw up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close. But, you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason.
If X, Y, T, or if X, Y, Z, or T were different, the accident would not have occurred.
He's along the
I think we all understand that much.
Plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play, and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned.
Yeah, and as for why the accident occurred, like, there's not a lot of possibilities, right? It seems to me. Well, it's like, well, it was either the military pilot's fault or the regional jet's pilot's fault or ATC's fault, or somehow this was a mechanical failure. Like, I mean, what else could it be? It could be a combination of those things, I suppose. But like, in terms of possibilities, it doesn't seem like it's that long a list, unless we also want to throw in mystery black hole. Although personally, I'm willing to throw out mystery black hole as a possibility. I don't really think that I don't think that possibility works. So I'm going to stick with the ones I just said.
The Russians that were on board that plane, what other nationalities were on board that passenger?
There were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no. Not about this.
It could be a weather thing. That's fair. Fair. That is another possibility. Yeah, someone said Bermuda Triangle. The reason Bermuda Triangle is the reason it is because of winds. So yeah, it is possible that it's a weather thing. Although I don't really think that really works here either. But yes, it could be some sort of natural confluence. But nah, probably not. Probably not that.
Restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is
Medical issue?
Something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned.
Or it could be an unknown factor that somehow is like something else that was influencing it, I suppose. There could be an unknown party, like some drone pilot or something, which would just be the bee's knees of this bullshit, right? If somehow like the plane was trying to avoid a drone and that's why it flew into the helicopter. Is there a drone pilot somewhere right now, somewhere shitting their pants? That's you know, okay, that could be it too.
What plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense. Okay. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems.
Guys. I think we're going to wind up just being the White House reaction channel. I think we all know what our fate is going to be, at least for a while. We may switch back, and we'll still do other things. We'll still do Scottish React and other things. So I'm not saying it will be all White House all the time, but I think there's a really strong possibility right now this channel is going to be watching like all the White House press conferences and signing stuff because it's just too real. Yeah, I mean, it's just too much content. It is just too much content. Holy shit. Yeah, this is our life now.
There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs,
I agree with Dennis. I mean, whatever you can say about Donald Trump, and Lord knows you could say many things, but you cannot deny the man has done more press conferences in the last, what is it? He got sworn in on the 20th, last 10 days. I don't know this to be 100% sure because I haven't done the count. But if you told me that Donald Trump has done more press conferences in the last 10 days, especially from the press room, like I think Donald Trump is on track to meet Biden if he's not already surpassed it. I mean, holy shit. Damn.
But air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real, but the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's website.
Who said that, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the
Take a look
entirety.
what I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration,
Nice and
too.
easy.
So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first
I
administration?
did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 3 days ago, I signed a new order bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It was on the website.
Please.
Respectfully, it was on the website.
Quiet, quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Welcome back to the. I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in a helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any?
I heard that. We don't know. We're going to know that.
All right, you guys ready for another dark joke? I've been sitting on this dark joke for quite some time. All right. I've been sitting on this dark joke for like a half hour because like a half hour ago, someone in chat mentioned that they thought that it was the U.S. figure skating team. Okay, you ready for this dark joke? Here we go. I don't think it was the U.S. figure skating team. I'm pretty sure it was the U.S. synchronized swimmer team.
Pretty soon. It may change your view plan if you do have the night vision, so it's very possible that could have happened.
Yeah, you said that.
That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. I have a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations. And the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I try to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
That summarizes it. That's fair.
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir.
Well, I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made the
Yes,
reforms.
sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were.
Continuity of government mission. That's the first time I've ever heard that before with respect to this issue. Has anyone ever heard that before with respect to this issue? I heard training flight. Continuity of government issue of flight. That would be really interesting if true. You know, if it were related to continuity of government. Maybe it was training flight with respect to continuity of government. But that would be a very interesting detail. Interesting. First time I've heard that, though. Yeah. Training flight with respect to continuity of government, maybe.
And that's something that should be done. it's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay?
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant?
Am I on Blue Star? I think it's Blue Sky, and the answer to that question is no, I'm not. I'm on like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, X, but not so much with the Blue Sky. I also have a Discord. I'm on too many places as it is, man. I don't need more places. I think we're doing fine on the TikTok. We're doing fine on the number of places, man. I'll tell you what.
Not at all. I've not hesitate to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened. And the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world.
This
and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much.
I need to add in that command. Okay, well that was a spicy press conference, man. That was a spicy press conference. The president of the United States called it bullshit. Holy shit. Wow. I mean, guys, boys, we're gonna have a really interesting time here. We're gonna have a really interesting time here. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh man. Oof. That was a lot, man. That was a lot. Wow. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Wow. Neat. Resuming our coverage of Tulsi Gabbard from where we left off. Holy shit.
Before your questions, I want to extend all of our condolences in particular to you for the loss of life for your fellow Kansans last night in that air crash. Our prayers are with all of your people back home who lost loved ones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So many people here and throughout the halls of Congress have been very kind and expressing their condolences, and I appreciate you saying this in this setting just now. Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard, you were asked in your questionnaire about your priorities, and you listed Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah and North Korea. You also mentioned Russia, but the only thing you said about Russia in fully explaining why it's a priority is ending the war with Russia. When you talk about Russia, what are your fears or policy priorities beyond ending the war? How do you see Russia as a threat to the United States?
Senator, if confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, it will be paramount for me to assess where our intelligence gaps may exist so that I can provide the President and all of you with the most accurate full picture of that threat assessment to directly answer your questions. I think that it is a complex environment. Russia remains a strategic competitor. There are a number of concerns that have to do with their nuclear weapons, as well as how the decisions and policies that are being made by this body and by the President will impact our own national security, which is my foremost concern.
I want to make certain that in no way does Russia get a pass in either your mind or your heart or in any policy recommendation you would make or not make?
Senator, I'm offended by the question because my sole focus, commitment, and responsibility is about our own nation, our own security, and the interests of the American people. In carrying out the responsibilities of the Director of National Intelligence, if confirmed, no country, group, or individual will get a pass. In my fulfilling that responsibility of providing that full intelligence picture so that you all can make the best informed policy decisions for the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. You have my commitment to be completely objective, unbiased, and apolitical, and I hope you understand my commitment to our country's interest.
I absolutely do. You have answered my question in the manner in which I wanted to hear, that you will do this in an objective manner, provide the information necessary, and that Russia, if it's a threat, you will tell us so and tell us the details of that threat.
Yes, Senator.
How would you restructure the national intelligence priority framework to better align with President Trump's national security goals?
Senator, this is a discussion, if confirmed, I look forward to having with the President and his national security advisor, again, based on the threat assessment and based on the President's priorities. He has spoken about a number of different priorities in different parts of the world. I would work with them on that national intelligence priorities framework, which will serve as the foundation for the intelligence elements under ODNI.
Any recommendations that you have in mind to make to President Trump in that regard?
I want to make sure that any recommendations that I make to the President are fully informed. From where I sit now, I don't believe that I can make those recommendations. I take that responsibility seriously and wouldn't want to shortchange him without first doing the due diligence and work to make sure my recommendations are well-founded.
How will you, Lieutenant Colonel, as the DNI, if confirmed, meet the objectivity and political neutrality requirements to ensure that you're telling the White House what they need to hear and not what they want to hear? A follow-up to that is, how will you handle conflicting intelligence reports from the various members of the intelligence community and present a broad intelligence picture to the President?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I hope that you have confidence in my ability to extract politics from what my role will be as Director of National Intelligence, because it's something I've done for almost 22 years now of wearing the uniform, both serving in the National Guard and the Army Reserve, even while holding political office. There is a brick wall between the two, and I have fulfilled that obligation in uniform, as I will as Director of National Intelligence if confirmed. I think the President, I know the President values hearing a lot of different views, and I would make sure that in the intelligence community's responsibilities that dissenting views are not only allowed, but encouraged, and where they present themselves, make sure that the President and you as policymakers are aware so that you can make your best informed decision.
Would you agree with me that bias and prejudice, if it exists any place, exists on both sides of an issue, both partisan sides of this place called Washington, D.C., and the goal, the effort that you will make is to make certain that all the information is presented in a nonpartisan, direct, and manner based upon the facts as known?
Yes, Senator, I agree, and you have my commitment. This is essential for the American people and all of you to have faith and trust in the intelligence products that are being delivered.
One of the greatest challenges is knowing who's telling us the truth, and we need a DNI who tells the truth. True?
Yes, I have a long record of speaking truth to power and would continue that commitment if confirmed in this role.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moran. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Gabbard, I certainly want to applaud and express my appreciation for your service, both in the military and in the Congress. Two very challenging jobs, and I want to thank you for that. I noted that Edward Snowden was in Hawaii, of all places, for a year and a half before he fled to Hong Kong and then on to Russia. Did you ever meet him or have any contact with him during that period, or subsequently with telephone calls, emails, Zooms, contact with he or his lawyers?
No, Senator, not at any time have I had contact with Edward Snowden.
And you introduced a bill in 2020 that was essentially a pardon. It basically said all charges should be dropped. You had a lot of whereases in that bill. Where did the factual basis for those whereas clauses come from?
Senator, if I recall, in that bill, it came from publicly available information.
I see. And were you aware that there was a bipartisan committee report from the House Intelligence Committee in 2016 on Snowden's activities?
I don't recall specifically at that time, but I am aware of that committee's report and executive summary that was reported publicly. I did not have access to the classified report that summary was based on.
Did you read that report prior to filing your bill in 2020?
Senator, I don't recall specifically. I remember reading a lot of materials prior to filing that bill.
Well, the bipartisan committee report, the first item, Edward Snowden perpetrated the largest and most damaging public release of classified information in U.S. intelligence history. Goes on to say Snowden caused tremendous damage to national security, and the vast majority of the documents he stole have nothing to do with programs impacting individual privacy. But you don't recall ever seeing the work of that committee?
I'm aware of those conclusions drawn. Edward Snowden.
Were you aware at the time?
Yes, I was, Senator. Edward Snowden broke the law. There's no question about that. He should not have released all of that information that caused that harm. There's no question about that.
How many documents did he release?
I know that he took over 1 million documents. I don't know specifically how many of those million he specifically released.
Well, you stated very unequivocally today, Snowden broke the law, but you introduced a bill in Congress along with Congressman Matt Gaetz to essentially pardon him. So he broke the law, but it wasn't all that serious? Is that what you thought in 2020?
I take very seriously upholding our Constitution and have sworn an oath to support and defend that Constitution over 8 times in my life. My statements in the past have been reflective of the egregious and illegal programs that were exposed in that leak.
But you ignore the vast majority, as the committee found, bipartisan. I think Devin Nunes was the chair, Adam Schiff was the vice chair. The conclusion was that the vast majority of these things that he released had nothing to do with constitutional rights, the Fourth Amendment, but indeed were enormous compromises of our national security.
Senator, I focused on raising concerns around egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that our government was conducting that clearly violated Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. I think the most important thing that I hope all of you find to be relevant here is that if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I would take seriously the responsibility to protect our nation's secrets, just as I have for almost 20 years of holding a security clearance of some sort myself, either secret or top secret, and have never once violated the responsibility and privilege that comes with holding that clearance, and have a specific action plan in place to make sure that there is not another Snowden-type leak in the future.
I think you testified that you never saw the classified version of this report.
That's correct.
On page 22 of the report, there's a heading that's not classified that says, what damage did Snowden cause? And then there's a lot of redacted material. Did that not raise a red flag for you? Or do you not recall
Edward
seeing
Snowden broke the law. Like I said, I did not have access to that classified.
Did you seek access to it?
I believe so, yes. This was quite some time ago.
But you still introduced your bill to essentially
I take very seriously the protection of American civil liberties and our Fourth Amendment rights. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I'd make sure that there is no further Snowden-type leak in the future, and that those who have concerns have legal channels to raise those concerns so that we don't violate and release our nation's secrets.
There are about 20 countries in the world that don't.
Senator King, time has expired. Senator Langford.
Tulsi, it's good to see you again. Thanks for the time
Thank you.
That we got a chance to be able to spend together and be able to talk through a lot of these issues. Thanks for your service to the country. Both
you know, I am seeing one problem with covering the Trump press conferences. When we started this morning, and right up until the time of the press conference, I thought this was a pretty spicy hearing. And then we watched the press conference. And I have to tell you, it doesn't feel that spicy anymore. Feels kind of banal. So yeah. Okay.
Though you were in the wrong party at the time, and in your service to the country through your service there, including in my great state in Oklahoma, that you had the opportunity to be able to serve there. I want to give an opportunity for you to be able to answer a few things on it, and I want to set some context. There's been a lot of questions about 702 and about Edward Snowden, and it may seem like this is repetitive to be able to come through it, but there are thousands of intelligence employees and folks that have also taken an oath to the country and to the Constitution.
How am I with Trump press conferences supposed to even in principle cover like the majority of Supreme Court cases? Because the majority of Supreme Court cases are fairly kind of like, I mean, they're very technical. Right, and that's the reason that last time I checked, the majority of Supreme Court cases are unanimous, right? I mean, because they're fairly like, and even where they're not unanimous, they're kind of like they're really, really technical, right? It's like, how am I supposed to? I mean, it's interesting to me, but how am I supposed to make it interesting to you? Like the finer points of, whether or not you have to undergo this exhaustion doctrine, or whether or not like this person is entitled to both these benefits and these benefits, or whether or not this person like has to file this paperwork, or whether or not this is a jurisdictional issue or not. It's like, how am I supposed to cover half the Supreme Court, at least half the Supreme Court in the Trump administration? How am I supposed to do this?
They're the folks that don't have a uniform on, that no one ever says thank you to them, and no one ever buys them lunch because people don't know who they are. But they every day put their lives on the line, and they work very hard to be able to protect Americans. And when Edward Snowden got mad at his employer that he didn't get the promotion that he wanted and started harvesting information, and then found some things that he didn't like on it, and then kept going, and then released them to media and went to China, and then went from China to Russia and became a Russian citizen and continued to be able to layer out intelligence unrelated to the civil liberties of any American, and then said, I have more and I can release them at any time I want. They don't see him as brave. They see him as a traitor. And the concern among so many here, and I think what a lot of the folks in the intelligence community that you'd have the responsibility to oversight is, they want to hear that you also believe the same thing, that not just he broke the law, but that he's a traitor, because they don't want that to ever happen again. And all the sources that they had, that they trusted and that trusted them, now their lives were at risk. And all the programs that they had that were determined lawful all collapsed, and that intelligence then was gone, and the president didn't have access to a lot of information for decision making. So this is a big deal to everybody here, because it's a big deal to everybody that you'll also oversee in that role as well. And so it's helpful for them to be able to hear your heart on this. So was Edward Snowden a traitor?
Senator, my heart is with my commitment to our Constitution and our nation's security.
Ours too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have shown throughout my almost 22 years of service in the military, as well as my time in Congress, how seriously I take the privilege of having access to classified information and our nation's secrets. And that's why I'm committed, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to join you in making sure that there is no future Snowden-type leak. And I would do so by taking 4 specific actions. Number 1, again, to make sure that there are no illegal and unconstitutional programs. Limiting in a big way those who have access to our nation's top secrets through security clearance reform, making sure that every single person in the workforce knows about the legal whistleblower channels available to them, and making sure that there's a direct line available to me should anyone have concerns. If people choose to step outside of those legal channels, to raise any concerns about programs or actions that exist within the intelligence community that are classified, there will be no excuse to do so, and they should be charged and prosecuted under the law.
Was he a traitor at the time when he took America's secrets, released them in public, and then ran to China and became a Russian citizen?
Senator, I'm focused on the future and how we can prevent something like this from happening again.
So you would have the responsibility to be able to give counsel to the president, which is a great privilege. You already have his ear, quite frankly, and y'all have a great relationship on that, which is very beneficial. But when President Trump chose to take the strike on Soleimani, he was also at that same time going through an impeachment in the House. And you were kind of tough on him at the time about that. You called it a declaration of war. You said that the Soleimani strike will lead to an outcome that will further undermine our national security. As a member of Congress, I also take seriously declaration of war and our responsibility in that. He was acting in a way that he came out and the intelligence gave that Soleimani was in the process of preparing a strike on American citizens and those folks that were in the field at the time. I guess the question that I have is, the ODNI will sit with the president, will provide options to the president and say, here are the options that you could take. Would you have presented a Soleimani strike at that time, looking back at it now in retrospect and saying this is an option you could take and here's how to be able to do it?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It's an important question. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I would make sure that the president has all of the objective analysis and intelligence reporting so that he can make that best informed decision, including all of the options and actions that he has available to him, which should exist alongside an assessment of what the possible repercussions or responses to those actions may be. My own personal views have no place in that assessment and that providing to the president and his advisors with all of those options available.
Thank you, Senator Langford. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to repeat my colleague's question to you. Thank you for being here. To answer these questions and for your service. Was Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, I will also repeat my answer. He broke the law.
You said earlier that you were offended by a question that my colleague from Kansas asked, which I think was his duty as somebody on this committee to fulfill his responsibility to advise and consent. We are not here to be a rubber stamp for the President of the United States. So let me ask you again, do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies believe, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will work with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden-like leak.
Media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories, or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the chief intelligence officer of this nation. As my colleague said, this is not about you. It's about the people that serve the intelligence agencies of the United States. Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
Senator, as someone who has served in
yes or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
As someone who has worn our uniform in combat, I understand how critical our national security is.
Apparently you don't. Apparently you don't. Let me ask you, I've worked very hard to put your own words here in front of the committee. Not, fake news, not conspiracy theories on the internet, but the actual things that you have said. On February 23rd, 2022, at the very moment that Russian tanks were rolling across the peaceful border of Ukraine for the first time, you tweeted at 11:30 p.m., your time, "This war and suffering could have easily been avoided if Biden administration / NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO. Did you say that, yes or no?
I believe you're reading my tweet, Senator.
Yes is the answer. A few months later, you said on your podcast, and I quoted it, quote, "But this regime change war against Russia that the U.S. and NATO are waging via their proxy in Ukraine didn't begin when Putin invaded Ukraine. They had their eyes set on this objective long before that." Did you say that, yes or no?
I believe you're reading my tweet.
Thank
There's
you.
a
The
lot
answer is
more.
yes.
You're quoting a podcast that provided much more
I'm happy to have a
context.
conversation with the chairman about whether I'm taking anything out of context. I don't think I am. And your answer is yes. Are you aware that your comments about proxy wars and Russia's legitimate security concerns, to quote your own words, are in alignment with what the Russians have said to justify their invasion of Ukraine? Yes or no?
Senator, I don't pay attention to Russian propaganda. My goal is to speak the truth,
the answer is no.
regardless of whether
Thank
you like it or not.
I'll take it. That's fine. You said you are.
Maybe I'm mishearing the quotes, and maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. But it sounds to me like, in the context of the quotes, she was speaking what Russia would think from its own point of view, which seems kind of self-evident that Russia would consider an expansion of NATO to potentially be a issue with respect to its own national interests. So, like, it doesn't take a genius to think that Russia might be concerned about the expansion of NATO and might consider it to be a potential problem with respect to its own national security. So, like, I'm not sure I see the problem in saying that. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean the U.S. shouldn't do it. That doesn't necessarily mean it isn't a good idea. That doesn't necessarily mean, like, but to say that it would be a potential concern of Russia, like, yeah, I mean, sure. And, you know, you might want to factor that into the equation as you're considering whether or not it's a good idea. So I'm not sure I completely understand what's going on here. Yeah.
Used to speaking truth to power.
Yes.
I'm shocked to hear you now say that, you know, you are agreeing. I'm not shocked because I know you said it. You are agreeing that you basically said that Putin was justified in rolling over the peaceful border of Ukraine, the first time since World War II that a free nation had been invaded by a totalitarian state, and you were there at 11:30 p.m. that night to say that you were with them, not us. And let me tell you something. You say you don't know because you don't read Russian propaganda. Russian state TV then aired your comments. Did you know that?
Senator, I think you should also quote the statement that I made criticizing Putin for his invasion of Ukraine.
What I would say, Mr. Chairman, with the last, it's up to all of us. We're the Senate. We get to decide whether we're going to confirm this nominee. Obviously,
that's also a really strange comment, because, like, it kind of proves the point, right? If you take the assumption that Russian state TV is, like, under the direct control of the Kremlin, if you think that Russian state TV is directly under the control of the Kremlin, then the Kremlin made the decision to air on its own TV a statement from Tulsi saying, by the way, I think this would be a concern of Russia, which seems suspiciously like Russia saying, you know what, we agree with that assessment. It seems like we also think that this would be a concern for us. It's nice that someone in the United States noticed that this would be a concern for us. So it seems like Russia is validating her assessments. So I'm not sure I see the problem. You know? It's like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
But can't we do better than somebody who doesn't believe in 702? Can't we believe that somebody who can't answer whether Snowden was a traitor 5 times today, who made excuses for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine the first time that I'm aware of any American official has done that.
It would be incredibly dumb. I mean, to just state the complete obvious, it would be really, really dumb not to be concerned about our potential adversaries' interests and what makes them tick. That would be incredibly dumb, and what they want, right? That'd be incredibly dumb. Like, Russia is a potential antagonist. China is a potential antagonist, right? It would be really, really dumb to not ask questions like, what do they want? What do they think? If we did this, how might they respond? Would they like this thing? Would they not like this thing? If they won't like this thing, should we do it anyway? And so forth and so on. Like, those seem like pretty reasonable questions to ask. What, it's like, yeah, and maybe we should do it anyway. Maybe we should do it anyway, but like, shouldn't you ask the question? It seems like you probably should. I don't know.
Judgment. That's the issue that's at stake here. And as you said, and I totally agree, this is about our intelligence officers. And you cannot most of what we do here is in secret. This is one of the very few opportunities that you will ever have to have a conversation with this panel in public. And
maybe we should have allowed NATO. Maybe we should have allowed Russia to join NATO back in the day. Or maybe NATO shouldn't exist anymore because NATO has outserved its purpose. Or maybe people who contribute to NATO should contribute more so that it's more of a contribution. Like, there's a lot of ways to go about doing this, right? It's like, there's a lot of potential solutions here. And it's like, you got to ask questions, so that, all things being equal, I would like to get along well with Russia. It's not, and China for that matter. If we can find a way for us to get along, that would probably be good, right? It's like, that would be a nice thing to do. Yeah, I mean, okay, just, all right.
record is going to be very clear about the position you took with regard to Edward Snowden, and the record is going to be very clear about your reaffirmation of the statements you made in the middle of the night when Russia was invading the free country of Ukraine. And I hope we will take that in consideration when we have this vote.
Your time has expired. I will note that during Senator Bennett's question and answer, there was 2 disturbances in the room. The first sounded like a cell phone. I would ask everyone on both sides of the dais, if you have not silenced or turned off your cell phone, please do so now. The second disturbance was the cries of a small child. We will welcome such disturbances because the cries of an infant are the sound of answered prayers. Senator Rounds.
What?
Not only here, but the answered prayers in church when they cry as well, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for your service to our country. I think part of the discussion here, as you can see, we feel very, very strongly about FISA 702. We work with it literally every day. As you can also tell, we have some very, very strong feelings here with regard to the actions of Edward Snowden. I want to come back, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to make any corrections or to make any other comments with regard to both of those issues that have been brought up here. But before I get into that, I want to go back into a little bit of your previous history as well. You did serve as you served as a congressperson for what, 8 years?
Yes, Senator.
And during that time, you served on the Armed Services Committee. And during that time period, you did carry a TS-SCI clearance. You worked your way through that time period. You had an opportunity to look at a lot of information. Can you share just a little bit about the way that you've looked at that, not just as a member of the congressional delegation from Hawaii, but also during the time in which you were a lieutenant colonel serving up through and including a battalion commander? Talk about that a little bit, please.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. In both of those roles, I had exposure to different sides of how critical our national security is and the unique role that our intelligence community plays in ensuring our national security. My most recent deployment with the military was as part of a joint special operations task force to Djibouti and Somalia, where our mission was to support the Somalis government and militaries focused.
I do have to be honest, though. I do find her position with respect to Snowden a little bit disconcerting because I don't quite understand what she thinks and why she thinks that. Like, she keeps saying, like, you know, that he broke the law, but also he exposed great things. It's like she wants to have it both ways, or I don't. It's like, why is saying whether or not he's a traitor or not such a hard thing? Or why is it hard to say what you think the rule should be with respect to whistleblowers? Or what do you think? It's like she doesn't want to take a position on this issue, which is a little bit annoying. Like, and I'm not sure what necessarily the correct position here is, but she doesn't want to take one. It's like as to whether or not he's a traitor. And it's like, is he a traitor in part? Is he a complete traitor? Is what he did good? Is it bad? Is the ends good, but the means weren't good? It's like it's a little bit muddled for my taste. You know, it's muddled for my taste. Am I okay with the National Security Advisor? Who's the National Security Advisor? I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know who is the proposed National Security Advisor. National Security Advisor. Nominee. Waltz. Congressman Mike Waltz, former Green Beret. I don't really know anything about him, so I don't really have an opinion about the National Security Advisor. I don't know.
On defeating al-Shabaab, which is al-Qaeda's element there within East Africa. One of the things that we came across there that I hadn't known previously, even having served in Congress for 8 years, because it hadn't been focused on, was how al-Shabaab specifically was the biggest funder of al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which again should be of unique concern and interest to our own national security concerns. Being able to engage with world leaders in both capacities, in uniform and as a member of Congress, being a customer of intelligence in both of those roles gives me a unique perspective, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to come in with fresh eyes, to come in with some of the frustrations that I experienced as a member of Congress with the lack of information that we received from the intelligence community, oftentimes feeling as though everything we heard in a brief could have been read in the newspaper that morning, and the essential oversight role that all of you play here in Congress. You are unable to do so unless you are equipped with that intelligence and information. I'm committed to fulfilling that responsibility if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence.
Okay, now, when you and I first met, I told you that I thought you needed to kind of take a change in the direction that you were going with regard to how you were approaching the private conversations, and that we wanted you to sit down and meet with some folks who were directly involved in gathering the intelligence and so forth. You did that.
Yes.
And then we came back and we sat back down again. And what those individuals who I had talked to and I asked you to talk with shared with me that they thought that you were a quick study and that you had the opportunity to look at a number of the issues that this committee.
And by the way, not for whatever it's worth, by the way, of course, Congress can by law make something retroactively not illegal, right? Ex post facto only prevents them from making something retroactively legal. So Congress can pass a law that says this wasn't legal or this was legal in the past, despite whatever law existed before. So the legislative branch can effectively pass a pardon. That's something they can do, because they can just retroactively declare it to be legal, which I guess isn't quite the same thing as a pardon, but whatever. So she had every right to propose legislation. I just wish I knew exactly what her view about it was or is. Like, does she not stand by her old legislation? If so, what has changed her mind about the old legislation? Does she support her old legislation in full? Does she support it in part? Does she just not support it at all? You know, what exactly does she think? What has changed her mind? You know, these would be questions I'd want to know the answer to. That's what I want to know the answers to.
To be extremely sensitive, and 702 in particular.
Now, I've got about a minute left, but I want to give you an opportunity in front of this committee to share your position in your own words about how strong or how much it is needed with regard to the continuation of 702 and your support for it.
Thank you, Senator. 702 provides a unique security tool and capability that is essential for our national security. There are a number of areas that we would be blind from a national security perspective without this capability. It also must exist next to having safeguards in place to ensure Americans' civil liberties are protected. As you know, Senator, it is illegal under 702.
RFK came
to
back
target
today?
Any U.S. person. There are several other sections within FISA.
Wait a second. There was RFK today? We watched RFK yesterday. There was more RFK? Today? Day 2? Holy shit. I didn't know there was a day 2. Holy shit.
Speak to some of the civil liberties reforms that you all passed in last year's legislation.
So let me finish with this. 702 in its current form stays in effect for the next year. You would agree that there were reforms made which fixed a number of the items that you had a problem with in the first place. Is that correct?
It's correct, Senator, and some of those reforms that you enacted were a specific to some of the legislation that I introduced back when I was in Congress, such as prohibiting the abouts collection as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Round. Senator Gillibrand.
Did RFK answer whether or not he supports the onesie yet? Because that is the unanswered question that I need the answer to. Does he support the onesies? This is the question I need the answer to more than any other question. What about the onesies?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Ms. Gabbard, for your service, both in Congress and in our U.S. military. I want to talk to you a little bit about your perspectives on China. How do you view China in your national security role?
Our relationship with China is one that is complex. Given how closely our economies are linked, there are a number of challenges and threats that need to be navigated with respect to China, some of which have come up most recently with this very serious cyber exploitation in Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon that seemingly took us by surprise, and the compromising of our major telecom companies and an area of significant and great concern.
So some of your past statements that are relevant to China are concerning because I don't think it fully appreciates China's perspective towards the United States. For example, with regard to TikTok. Your past statements have essentially said that requiring domestic ownership of TikTok is a violation of civil liberties, and the national security concerns are complete BS. Can you explain why you have this view on TikTok?
The position that I previously made, obviously not as a member of
I don't know
Congress,
about this item, Tony. I don't know. I'll have to give it some thought.
Were centered around
I'm not sure.
the protection of Americans' First Amendment rights and the lack of data privacy legislation, frankly, that would apply to TikTok, Facebook, X, all of these different social media applications that collect on us as users of these applications. There were other provisions within that legislation that granted
this is what Tony wants to add to our merch channel.
Grandiose authorities to the president on deciding.
Do you want a political channel? Because this is how you get a political channel.
Security threat.
So let's talk about China specifically, because this is where I want to make sure you understand what's at stake. We've had concerns over many years that when China owns infrastructure, it can manipulate that infrastructure. It can use it for spying. It could use it, turn it on or off. And you've actually addressed some of the most recent cyber attacks that we believe China had relevant participation. The challenge is if China owns TikTok, it means they can spy on the United States, on the American people. It can take all the data from our children. It can change the narrative about what people are talking about through their algorithms. If it wants to create misinformation or malign foreign influence, it's very easy. So can you understand why it's so important that we require domestic ownership of TikTok?
I understand the concern, Senator. I would just reiterate some of my concerns that I stated in the past about how this really is an issue about data privacy, because so much of what is collected by all of these, even U.S.-owned
Understood. I'm
companies,
just
can be
concerned
sold
about
to any
adversaries.
country.
I get it, and that is a bigger issue for Congress to wrestle, and I am all in for that conversation. But I want you to appreciate China. What is your view with regard to Taiwan? Do you think it is something that your intelligence efforts will understand how important our relationship is with Taiwan, specifically on chips manufacturing? I think President Trump has most recently decided to have a 100% tariff on all chips from Taiwan. And your statements, particularly about the bill we passed, the CHIPS Act, to make sure that domestic production is invested in, and so that we have that supply chain, and so we have that national security. But your public statements about the CHIPS Act have been very negative and don't seem to appreciate how important that independence is for our national security, to be beholden to China, to be beholden to Taiwan, to be in a place where we can't do our own national intelligence.
Yes, Senator, I fully support the investment.
What was the question?
Building and strengthening our own domestic capabilities. If I recall, that legislation had a lot of other provisions in it that had nothing to do with the production of our own capability, and I felt were a distraction away from and a potential obstacle towards achieving that.
So you will recommend to the president that we continue to invest in the semiconductor industry in the United States for our own independence as well as our own national security?
Yes, Senator, and I would base my recommendations on a number of these, all of these issues, if confirmed as D&I, based on the full assessment of the intelligence picture, so that the president understands the ramifications and the potential cost towards
I mean, I think it doesn't take too much of a mind to say that the U.S. needs to make sure that it has sufficient chip manufacturing capability that it can supply its essential, at least military needs, in the event that everything goes to shit. Because, like, you know, that's obviously a pretty important component of modern life and modern technology, including military technology. So I don't think it takes too much of a rocket scientist to say that we should make sure that we can produce at least sufficient number of the most advanced chips inside our borders, so that if push comes to shove, you know, we still have the, you know, the chips I just mentioned. So yeah, that seems like a pretty good idea to me.
one of these policy positions that he will make and all of you will make.
And last, I want to return to the Soleimani strike. At the time, you said it was illegal, that President Trump did was illegal, would cause very significant problems down the line. What is your position on that strike, and will you be able to advise the president in future issues with regard to national security?
Those broader issues that I raised with regard to war powers, I have been consistent on. I didn't have access to all of the information behind that strike at the time, and my concerns were that that may be an escalatory action. President Trump was right. There was no escalation beyond that, and his policies towards Iran turned out to be very effective for our own national.
We invented the goddamn semiconductor. That was America. USA, USA, USA. So we should be the leaders, man. Let's get our prominence back.
National security.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand.
Can I just, do you disagree with the president taking away the protection for those who are now being targeted in retaliation for the Soleimani strike, such as previous Secretary Pompeo?
Senator, I can't answer that without being able to look at the intelligence assessment and the threat assessment for that or other decisions.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Young.
Tulsi, good to see you. We had a nice visit in the office.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here today. It was clear from that visit in the office that we share a lot of concerns about ill-advised foreign regime change interventions, about the weaponization in certain instances of our domestic law enforcement and intel authorities. Let me talk about something, Edward Snowden, on which we may not agree. It's been recognized he fled overseas with the numbers 1.5 million classified documents. He shared them with the press. He absconded to China and Russia. Do you have any response to the bipartisan findings of the House Intel Committee, which stated that, quote, Snowden caused tremendous damage to national security, unquote, including to military, defense, and intelligence programs of great interest to America's adversaries? I'll give you an opportunity to respond, hopefully briefly.
Thank you, Senator. As I've said before, Edward Snowden broke the law, and I do not agree with how he chose to release information and the extent of the information and intelligence that he released. It's my focus on the future, and I think we can all agree that we do not want to have another Snowden-type leak, and I've laid out specific actions, if confirmed as DNI, to do that.
Okay. Well, it's notable you didn't say, yes, he clearly hurt in various ways our national security. The same House committee also reported that based on DoD assessments, should the Chinese or Russians access certain documents relating to DoD capabilities that we know Snowden stole, quote, American troops will be at greater risk in any future conflict, unquote. Do you have any reflection on this assessment?
I would be very concerned about that. I have not had access to the information or intelligence that led to that assessment, but anything that puts our men and women in uniform unnecessarily at risk should be a grave concern.
Yeah. I share that sentiment as a former Marine Corps intelligence officer. When we find that Americans, whether private citizens or contractors or uniformed personnel, have shared sensitive designs about military technology or plans to a foreign government, however well-intentioned, we rightfully throw the book at them. Snowden did just that, yet you have argued and many times that he should be pardoned. You introduced legislation, as has been discussed here. He's been able to publicly hide, as I see it, behind this facade of being a so-called whistleblower. But he likely endangered American lives through his actions. So as the leader of the intelligence community, how would you think you would be received based on some of these past actions to support or even to pardon Edward Snowden? Rank and file intelligence analysts and intelligence professionals. How do you think it'll be received?
I'm grateful, Senator, to have received letters of endorsement and support from many current and former individuals who've worked within the intelligence community, those who've worked or are still working within our military, because I believe they trust that my goal, my sole goal and interest is in our nation's security and upholding our oath to the Constitution. And they trust that if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will take the very specific steps that I have laid out in informing every single person within the intelligence community about the legal pathways they have to blow the whistle or to bring any concerns to the forefront, to include coming directly to members of Congress, to limit access so that we don't have people who are E3s or E4s or people in any situation taking it upon themselves to release classified information, giving them a direct line to me to once again make sure that we are all fulfilling our responsibility to
Tulsi,
ensure our national security and uphold our Constitution.
Thank you. Tulsi, was Edward Snowden false to an obligation or false to a duty?
I don't understand what you're saying. False?
He had, yes. Did he betray a duty? But did he betray the trust of the American people? Which is, according to Merriam-Webster, that's the definition of a traitor.
Edward Snowden broke the law, and he released this information in a way that he should not have. He also acknowledged and exposed information that was unconstitutional, which drove a lot of the reforms that this body has made over the years to make sure that Americans' constitutional rights are protected.
Well, for what it's worth, Mr. Snowden is watching these proceedings. He's posted on social media even, indicating that Tulsi Gabbard should indicate that I harmed national security. This may be the rare instance in which I agree with Mr. Snowden. I think it would befit you and be helpful to the way you are perceived by members of the intelligence community if you would at least acknowledge that the greatest whistleblower in American history, so-called, harmed national security by breaking the laws of the land around our intel authorities. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Young. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, I want to first say thank you for your service to this country.
Likewise.
In Congress and in the Army, and thank you for meeting with me a couple of weeks ago, and thank you for being here today. You're nominated to lead and coordinate across the intelligence community's numerous sources of collection and analytic capabilities. In a few sentences, can you describe how you make assessments and how you're going to sift through all this intelligence and make careful and thoughtful conclusions?
Yes, Senator, there are great professionals who work within the intelligence community. I will build a strong team around me as they present the intelligence reporting to provide to the President through the President's daily brief and to respond to issues and concerns that.
And what is this exactly that Snowden said? Let's see if we can find his tweet. Let's give me a second to pull that up. We'll discuss what exactly he said and if he gave any further context for it, because I'm curious. If X will X load? Let's find out. Okay, let's see. If I do replies, it should give me everything. All right. Okay. So here's what he said. He has a pinned tweet, which will exceed. Edward Snowden said the Senate Intel Committee spent nearly the entirety of today's session furiously demanding the D&I nominee Gabbard condemn me personally, a position now opposed by something like 94% of Americans. Courts have been ruling for 10 years that the NSA broke the law, guys. Move on. Okay. He retweeted a tweet from Kevin Malley saying, Senator Young, read this tweet, then said he agreed with Snowden that Tulsi should say this. I think that it makes clear that everyone involved in these hearings, but especially senators, recognize it's all performative theatrics meant for self-serving video clips. Well, I'm not sure that's completely fair, although it's partially fair because, like, what she thinks about this issue, I think is material to her job. But I appreciate that there's also a clickbait element to it. He retweeted a comment from someone named George saying, quote, a Democrat senator just tried to bait Tulsi Gabbard in condemning Edward Snowden, but she did not bite. Senator, do you think Edward Snowden is brave? Edward Snowden broke the law, but he also released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government that led to serious reforms that Congress undertook. Okay. Retweeting something from Glenn Greenwald, the number one religion of the Washington establishment is protecting the U.S. security state from all inquiries and criticism. They aren't angry that the agencies broke the law when spying on Americans. They're only angry at the person who exposed it. And let's see what else he said. When a crooked, Edward Snowden says, when a crooked politician calls me traitor, ask yourself, who did I betray? The courts have ruled repeatedly that the programs I revealed were unlawful and likely unconstitutional violation of rights. If this is treason, what they call loyalty is a crime. Okay. What exactly did he say? I guess he must have said it a while ago. Here we go. 6 hours. Tulsi Gabbard will be required to disown all prior support for whistleblowers as a condition in Confirmation Day. I encourage her to do so. Tell them I harm national security and the swift, soft feelings of staff. In D.C., that's what passes for a Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Is he saying that she should lie? Is he saying that it is a lie and she should say it anyway? I don't know what that means.
Body has. I will welcome dissenting voices to be able to make sure that this information intelligence is thoroughly vetted prior to presenting it, and make sure that the truth is reported, whether that truth is convenient or not.
Well, thank you, Ms. Colonel Gabbard, and I appreciate that. The President and others are going to rely on that. I want to discuss such an assessment made by the IC. For years, the U.S. analyzed evidence of numerous chemical weapons attacks in Syria. Eventually, we were able to assess that Bashar al-Assad was responsible for a number of these attacks that slaughtered his own civilians. Do you accept the conclusion broadly that Assad used chemical weapons against Syrians?
Yes, and I'm on the record for years of agreeing with that broad assessment.
Thank you. Among the attacks the U.S. assessed Assad was responsible for 2 that occurred in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in Syria. As a member of Congress and as a presidential candidate, and as recently as this month, in your written responses to this committee, you have cast doubt on the assessment that Assad is culpable in these 2 attacks. Is that still your position?
Senator, I raised those questions given conflicting information and evidence that was presented at that time.
Okay. Well, thank you. So to help inform the public, the Trump administration released declassified intelligence in 2017 and again in 2018, showing how experts analyzed multiple types of evidence, satellite imagery, medical experts' witnesses, describing sources and showing the reasoning used to determine Assad's culpability in using these chemical weapons, including in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in these attacks, the ones that you question. I have 2 documents I want to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Admitted.
Thank you. Were you aware of the declassified assessments, the one I referenced?
Yes, I was.
And as a member of the House Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee, did you take time to review these?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain to me then why you doubted the intelligence community's conclusions in these 2 cases, Douma and Khan Sheikhoun, but not the others? And please be specific.
These 2 cases were being looked at as to be used as a pretext for major military movement, and my fear was a repeat of the deployment of another 500,000 soldiers like we saw in Iraq towards what was the Obama administration's goal, which was regime change in Syria. The question specifically that I raised around these 2 came about because there were 2 reasons. One, that assessment was made with high confidence and low information. The information that they had came from those on the ground in an al-Qaeda controlled area, and therefore were al-Qaeda linked sources. And there was conflicting information that came from the UN's Office on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons inspectors, as well as an MIT professor, Ted Postel,
So I
who
want to
looked
talk
at
about him
these
for a
extensively.
second. So did you look into his credentials, yes or no?
Yes.
And were you aware of his appearances on Russian Today, which is used by the Russians to disseminate government-approved messages?
No.
Were you aware Postel relied on a chemistry student with a record of defending the Assad regime?
At that time, I was not. I have been made aware since.
Do you consider this person or these 2 individuals now, do you consider them a better source for the chemistry of sarin gas than the U.S. intelligence community?
I assess that at the time, the information, I don't know the second person you're referring to, but MIT professor Ted Postel and the inspectors of the OPCW provided some credible questions that deserved examination.
Okay, thank you. Did you attempt to weigh Postel's claims against the significant evidence and assessments already conducted by the IC?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So here's my concern here, Colonel. When we began this, you described a thoughtful approach to analyzing intelligence and reaching conclusions. This is what we expect of our professionals. But we just kind of walked through how you came to question Assad's use of chemical weapons in these 2 cases with a different approach. And I don't reject seeking out differing viewpoints. We need to do that. But you started from a place of doubting the conclusions of the U.S. intelligence community, and then you sought out information that confirmed your viewpoint.
Oh, sure, that's fair.
That led you to embrace the opinions of 2 individuals that I think we disagree on this. You think they had
and to the extent it is fair, I mean, it would be reasonable to doubt the U.S. intelligence community, particularly after the events that were relating to Saddam Hussein and, Yellow Cake and all that shit. Like, that the U.S. intelligence community has at times shown themselves to be of questionable accuracy. So if, like you said, hey, the intelligence community seemed to get us into this war on a pretense that now seems to not be validated, I have some questions regarding their credibility on these domains. It's like, yeah, I mean, there's a reason for that. There's reasons to be like, there's reason to think it's suspect, right? It's like, well, you got this one kind of wrong, guys. You got this one kind of wrong. And, so I have some questions now. So, yeah.
I do not, and others do not. But these individuals were sympathetic to Russia and the Assad regime. It also led you to minimize or discount the overwhelmingly information that contradicted your viewpoint, including the expert assessments of our own intelligence community. And they don't get it right 100% of the time. I get that. But what I have seen makes it clear that at the same time that you were skeptical of our intelligence community's assessments, you would not apply the same skepticism to information that came from sympathizers of Russia and Assad. And I think that's something that we should all be concerned about. Thank you, and I'm sorry for going over my time.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. I want to recognize and welcome to the committee our newest.
I thought Senator Kelly was going to be the vice presidential nominee. And, given how clearly he articulates things and all the rest of it, yeah. Not sure why they went with Walz. I think Kelly would have probably been a better choice for the Democrats. Okay.
Member, Senator Budd, although we all regret Senator Rubio's departure, we're all pleased, as evidenced by the 99-0 vote, that he is now the Secretary of State, and that also pleased that we have a great new member on our committee. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am grateful for your leadership here as well. Colonel Gabbard, great to see you again. I enjoyed meeting you in my office a while back, and I've enjoyed our friendship and our time serving together in the U.S. House. So as you know, Section 3023 of Title 50 states any individual nominated for appointment as DNI shall have extensive national security expertise. You served 4 terms as a member of the House of Representatives, which is a constitutional office, and throughout your tenure, you were a member of the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
You also served over 2 decades in the U.S. Army, including holding commands at multiple levels and served through administrations of both political parties. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Throughout your time in the U.S. House and in the Army, you've been both a consumer of intelligence and a policymaker. How important is it for the intelligence community to provide timely, relevant, factual, and objective intelligence to policymakers?
Senator, it is nothing less than a matter of our national security. Too often in the multitude of intelligence failures that our country has seen, that objective has not been met. Now, CIA Director Ratcliffe talked about in his testimony before this committee how the CIA's own internal metrics have shown that analytic objectivity has gone down within that organization. This is the very kind of thing that I would seek to address if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is ensuring that politics, biases, or personal views are checked at the door. I would lead by example by doing it myself, and ensuring that that intelligence analysis and reporting meets the objective that the President and Congress requires, which is no politics, no personal abuses, and making sure that that objectivity in a timely, relevant fashion is brought to the President so that we can get ahead of problems in ensuring our national security rather than being caught on our heels and being forced to respond to them.
Thank you for that. I think it's clear from your background experience that you more than meet the statutory requirements for this position. I want to switch gears a little bit. There's been a lot of discussion today. I think it's a necessary discussion about your position on 702, Section 702 of FISA. So I've personally had concerns, and I think we even talked about this when we served in the House together, and I actually voted against its reauthorization when I was in the House. However, I recently voted to reauthorize Section 702 with additional safeguards to end the politicization of the tool and to ensure privacy and civil liberties that they're protected. So, Ms. Gabbard, tell us, how has your thinking on Section 702 developed over time and why? And if confirmed, what will you do to ensure that this new statutory safeguards, that they're fully implemented?
Well, Senator, as you pointed out, many of the concerns that we raised when we served in the House of Representatives were centered around the lack of safeguards to protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties as it pertains to searching of U.S. persons with that incidental collection that occurs under 702. You and I both know and agree that the national security capability that is provided by Section 702 that enables this foreign surveillance on non-U.S. persons overseas is critical, period. My commitment is to make sure that our national security tools are maintained to fulfill that requirement while also protecting Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and protection against unlawful search and seizure. There are a number of those reforms that you referenced, such as the prohibition of abouts collection, which we brought up when we served in the House, making sure that 100% of U.S. persons by the FBI on this incidental collection are reviewed by the Attorney General herself. There are a number of other reforms that I believe strengthen significantly those safeguards, a number of them that I had worked to try to bring into place when I was in the House of Representatives. I look forward, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to overseeing and assessing the implementation of these reforms and reporting back to you as you begin to consider next year's reauthorization and meeting that mark of ensuring our security and upholding Americans' Fourth Amendment protections.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, talk briefly, if you will, about the dual task of simultaneously protecting whistleblowers and protecting classified information.
Senator, there are more than sufficient legally protected routes for whistleblowers to come forward should they have concerns on any actions occurring within the intelligence community. I've spoken about the additional protections that I personally will put in place if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, understanding the seriousness of protecting our nation's secrets, and one that I hold personally.
Thank you. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Budd. I will recognize Senator Wicker, an ex officio member of our committee, which is Latin for so powerful a man he can go to any committee he wants and ask questions anytime.
I look at it differently, Mr. Chairman. I think what you're saying is that I'm the only non-voting member of this committee that's here at this hearing, and I've been at an Armed Services Committee hearing most of the morning. Let me ask about something that happened a long time ago and something that's happening right now. Colonel Gabbard, I was a member of the House of Representatives on 9/11, 2001. As a matter of fact, I was at the Pentagon that very morning when the attacks happened. When 9/11, we all remember where we were.
Yes, I was in Hawaii. There was a 5 or 6 hour time difference. And so when I woke up that morning, it was several hours, and I remember the first thing I saw in waking up was that horrific footage of those airplanes attacking the Twin Towers in New York City.
And I think you obviously have read a lot about it during the 24 plus years since that, and most Americans have. There's a general consensus that there was a massive intelligence failure this caught us all by surprise, even though the World Trade Center had been attacked earlier. Do you think stovepiping was a problem in our intelligence failure?
There's no question about it, Senator.
Oh, okay. Well, based on your reading. Okay, could you elaborate just a little?
Yes, absolutely, Senator. When we looked back at the post 9/11 reporting and the post assessments that were made, it was very clear that there was stovepiping of information and intelligence that occurred at many levels, at the highest but also at the lowest levels, where information that was collected by the FBI, information that was collected by the CIA was not being shared. There was almost ships passing in the night, where if there was an integration of those intelligence elements and information being shared, it is highly likely that that horrific attack could have been prevented.
Is stovepiping the same thing as siloing? Because based on her description, I would use the term siloing. So is that the same thing? I think it might be.
And that's the reason, really, your position was created. There's been some discussion this morning. I have not been able to listen in, but I understand there's been some discussion about reforming the Office of D&I to eliminate redundancy.
Okay, it's the same.
And,
Great.
And increase effectiveness. Do you worry that in doing so, we might be getting back to the same problem that we had in 2001?
The problem that we had in 2001, Senator, remains at the forefront of my mind. And as you said, this is exactly why the OD&I was created. Given my limited vantage
I'm not
point
familiar with the term
in the seat,
stovepiping.
I'm concerned
so
that there are still problems with
different
stovepiping
terminology for the
that
same
need to be
concept.
addressed.
Okay.
And in some cases, my concern would be that unnecessary bureaucratic layers may be contributing to that problem. This is where coming in and being able to really take a fresh look.
I don't like it very much when someone uses a word I don't know or a term I don't know, because I like to think of myself as a smart uncivil. I like to think of myself as smart and well informed, and so when someone says something, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. It makes me like, okay, so all right, fair enough.
Given my experience and my background, will be essential to making sure that the OD&I is accomplishing the reason why it was created in the first place.
Okay, and I have a lot of suggestions about how to make the Department of Defense more efficient also. I would simply caution you before I move on to my other quick question, that as we are trying to eliminate overlaps, that we avoid.
Yeah, stovepiping is what happens when your pistol grip is weak.
Created.
Yeah, that too.
Now let me just ask about anomalous health incidents. I know you're not in the intelligence community yet, but having read, as most of us have, about these.
The Chinese wall is an interesting concept because Chinese wall is usually, well, yeah, I mean, that's an old concept, I suppose, would be the same thing, although we use that concept in law, and we use it a little bit more for an ad hoc relationship than an ongoing relationship. But the concept of the Chinese wall being that you segregate data from one team so it doesn't pollute another team. You see it a lot in prosecutors' offices in particular, where, for example, one team will review privileged data so that it doesn't pollute the entire office. But yeah, so Chinese wall is at least a similar concept. Yeah.
Incidents. What is your understanding of that now, and what are your plans?
Yeah, Senator, thank you for this question. It's been deeply concerning throughout this period, from the first time this was discovered so long ago to where we are today, that the intelligence community still has failed to identify the source and the cause for Havana syndrome, as it's commonly known.
Stovepiping is the
even
presentation of
as many
information without
people
context?
who are in service are suffering the consequences of it.
Okay.
I look forward, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to addressing this, of course, making sure that those who have been impacted are getting the care that they need and deserve, but getting to the truth behind how and why this has occurred.
Are you saying that we're not any closer to understanding where these came from?
Based on my understanding, there has not been any definitive reporting from the intelligence community on the source and the cause for these anomalous health incidents.
Okay, well, perhaps you'd like to, I could follow up on the record.
I'd look forward to that.
I think there's some more public information that is recent about that. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Wicker. As I acknowledged at the outset, it is the custom of this committee to allow a follow-up question for senators who remain present at the end of the regular 5-minute round of questions. I remember everyone, this is a follow-up question, not a 5-minute round. We will have Ms. Gabbard in a closed session where each of us will have yet another 5-minute round of questioning. Is there any senator who wishes to be recognized for a follow-up question? Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gabbard, there was an area that I believe is still uncertain, and this is what my question's about. Earlier this week, the Trump administration illegally attempted to withhold federal funds from a broad range of organizations. I'm interested in knowing what you would do if President Trump told you to withhold congressionally approved funds from the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So my question is, if President Trump orders you to withhold appropriated funds from the Inspector General, will you refuse that illegal order?
I don't believe for a second President Trump would ask me to do something that would break the law.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you are asked about an illegal order, what will you do? You can say, oh, it'll never happen. What will you do if you're dealing with an illegal order?
My commitment has been and will be, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to comply with the law.
Are there, Senator Wyden, you've actually asked 2 questions already, Senator
I'm not
Wyden.
asking a question.
You've asked 2 questions. I said there's 1 question allowed. Are there other senators who would like a follow-up question? Senator King.
The legality of Trump withholding money that's been apportioned by Congress is not exactly a completely clean legal question. There's still some doubt on this issue. I'm trying to remember this exact legal term for what it's called when the president does that, so I can seem really smart. What is the exact term for it when the president withholds money from that's been congressionally apportioned? I want to say it has like an R, but I can't quite remember what it's called. Lame. But in any event, there's impounding. Yeah, impounding sounds right. We'll go with impounding of funds. Yeah, whether and to what degree impounding of funds is legal is an open question. So for him to just say it's flat out illegal, it's not quite clear. Impoundment, yeah, okay, fine. So not so much with the R as an I. I is a lot like R. Yeah.
I'd like to follow up on my line of questioning about Edward Snowden and understand how you analyzed the facts leading up to your 2020 bill providing him with a pardon. There was the House committee report, which granted was redacted, but under the heading, what damage did it cause, were 5.5 pages of redacted material. I would have thought that would raise a question in your mind. Secondly, Edward Snowden, there are about 20 countries that don't have extradition treaties with the U.S. He chose to go to Russia, become a Russian citizen. Given that information, how did you decide to introduce a bill providing him with a pardon? Introducing a bill in the United States Congress is not the same as a tweet or a commentary on a podcast. I'm concerned about your apparent lack of interest in the scope of Edward Snowden's traitorous activities.
Senator, I've answered some version of this question many times in this hearing already. My foremost concern has been, remains, and will continue to be in upholding my oath to the Constitution to support and defend Americans' Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I'm committed to ensuring that we protect our nation's secrets by implementing a number of actions I've outlined so that those who have concerns about programs within our intelligence community, that we don't have another Snowden-like leak, and they are able to raise those concerns either directly with Congress or through any one of a number of legal paths that are available. And I think it's also important, and in line with many of the bipartisan concerns I've heard from this committee, in security classification, security clearance and classification reform, in narrowing severely those who have access to the most sensitive and compartmentalized intelligence reporting and capabilities.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chairman, in letting us have a second question. Thank you again for hanging in there with this discussion, Colonel Gabbard. The House Intelligence Committee review of the Snowden disclosures found not only that he was a traitor, but that since Snowden's arrival in Moscow, he has had and continues to have contact with Russian intelligence services. You can see the deep concern on both sides of the aisle here. You had in your opening statement all kinds of complaints about former officials in the intelligence agencies, the United States press, the journalists, the media, Democrats, suggested that you weren't being treated fairly when you were coming here. No condemnation at all for this, which leads me to wonder why it is so hard for you to say that Edward Snowden was a traitor to our country. And the question I guess I have for you is how, if you can't say that, you feel that that the concerns that this committee has, that we need somebody here who will actually honor their oath, as you said. Maybe I should make it easier for you. Edward Snowden did not honor his oath to the Constitution, which is what you just said was the most important duty, most important obligation that you have in this role. Why is he being treated like a folk hero by you instead of the traitor that he was?
Senator, as I said, my focus and what should be of relevance to all of you and everyone watching is what I will do as Director of National Intelligence to work with you to make sure there's not another Snowden-like leak, given the paramount importance of our national security and keeping our nation's secrets. I've laid out a number of ways that I intend to do that, if confirmed, in fulfilling my responsibility in this role.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to continue along with regard to China because it's such an important part of your portfolio. And I know on armed services, you've had hearings over the last 15 years about their architecture and how they're building up space capabilities, sea capabilities, Air Force capabilities, every type of capability they possibly could. And that aligned with their malign foreign influence and with their ambition with regard to Taiwan. It just creates a very dangerous scenario and concerning one. And so I wanted to ask you about Japan because recently, about a year and a half ago, 13 months ago, you said that you didn't think it was wise to allow Japan to build up their own defense architecture. And you thought it was short-sighted. Can you speak a little bit about that? Because our alliance with Japan is so important in our ability to defend against malign activities of China, not only geographically, but because for the last 50 years, they've been close allies, allies that we rely on. We share intelligence, we share operations. They are a great ally. So what was your concern about? And have you had any views that have shifted in that regard?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I agree. Japan has been a strong ally of the United States in a different capacity as a member of the Hawaii National Guard. I've gone and conducted training missions in Japan with the Japanese Self-Defense Force. Their forces and their constitution has been primarily focused on self-defense. The concerns that I had raised previously had to do with really looking at the bigger picture of the context of the history with Japan and China and recognizing the implications of how this kind of shift from a self-defense posture that Japan has had constitutionally to a more offensive posture could result in escalation. And given the history, we need to acknowledge what the ramifications could be to our own security interests. And that's something that I am looking forward to being able to provide to all of you and to the President, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is that in-depth analysis and assessment so that various policies or actions that you all or the President are considering are fully thought through, given that broader context of nuance of history and the complexities that exist within the Asia-Pacific region. Having grown up there, I'm very familiar with.
But you do
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Okay. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, when Russia was denying Assad's use of chemical weapons, they accused the U.S. of supporting terrorists. This is a line that Putin used frequently during the Syrian civil war as he supported Assad. Syrian officials made similar comments. They did it repeatedly. They did it in public. They did it at the United Nations. In 2016, you gave an interview in which you said, and this is a quote, "The U.S. is providing direct and indirect support to terrorist groups in order to overthrow the Syrian government." And in 2019, on the Democratic presidential debate stage, you said of President Trump, this is a quote, "This current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after al-Qaeda, our president is supporting al-Qaeda." So I'm interested to hear, what was your goal in saying these things? And did you consider, before saying them, the motives of Iran and Russia, what their motives might have been before making these claims?
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of al-Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When, as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria, and being willing to, through the CIA's Timber Sycamore program that has now been made public, of working with and arming and equipping al-Qaeda in an effort to overthrow that regime, starting yet another regime change war in the Middle East. DoD train and equip program, again, begun under President Obama, is widely been known, looked at, and studied, that ultimately resulted in over $500 million being used to train who they called moderate rebels, but were actually fighters working with and aligned with al-Qaeda's affiliate on the ground in Syria, all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, while these are all dictators, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like al-Qaeda taking power. I shed no tears for the fall of the Assad regime, but today we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria, as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand.
Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It shouldn't
is
be.
certainly
And
not in our
and
interests.
I appreciate your answer, and thank you. My concern has to do with the tendency to repeat Russian and Syrian, and even in some cases, I think we'll get into in the closed session, Iranian information, and to discount what comes from our intelligence community.
Senator, every American deserves to know that people in our own government were providing support to our sworn enemy, al-Qaeda. That should not be acceptable by anyone.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Ms. Gabbard. In conclusion, Senator Warner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things I love about this committee, and I know folks who are here for Ms. Gabbard may not fully realize, but this has always been a bipartisan committee. And you know, my friend Richard Burr, who said we always kind of followed the truth. One of the things I was always proud of in the very challenging Russia investigation was, you know, people would come in, they didn't know whether the staffer was a Democrat or Republican, because we were all looking out for the same thing. Ms. Gabbard, I support and commend you for your service. But we have heard this morning taking some individuals' advice on chemical attacks, not taking American intelligence community that, as we subsequently discovered, had iffy ties, not enough due diligence. We've heard this morning on your trip to Lebanon that you weren't fully aware that the folks who originally paid for the trip had these relations and ties to this Syrian party. I know I've asked you, and I understand on the trip that You said you met with Shia religious figures, and you didn't know who were there, who they were. I can understand that, although I can't imagine Shia religious figures that in the Bekaa Valley that didn't have ties to Hezbollah. And we can have a difference of opinion on TikTok. The chairman and I feel very strongly that it is a national security threat. On 702, I'm candidly confused. I thought you answered Senator Wyden you're in favor of a warrant. Senator Cornyn, I thought you backed off of that. And then on Edward Snowden, you won't back off of Brave. You won't back off of your legislation. You won't call him a traitor. And I think, again, about this is being watched by our allies around the world. I think even RT's been tweeting about it today, blasting me. And the men and women of the intelligence community. I don't know how they're going to have confidence that if under your leadership, if somebody else stepped out, that you wouldn't take the same position that you've not walked away from on Mr. Snowden. So I guess my last question, and this is one I think was in some of the press, and I believe you and your husband took a trip to Rome last summer, and I'm not talking about the conference. I think you didn't ask who paid for the trip. I just want to get this off the record right now. Not if you and your husband reimbursed, but did you pay for the trip in the outset, or?
There was a
made the booking?
nonprofit organization that was coordinating with the Vatican to set up this meeting that was centered around peace and security interests in the Western Hemisphere.
I'm not going to go into
that.
I
Paid
just
for
want
the
to
trip.
just make sure. So you didn't understand your trip was paid for by a gentleman named Pierre Louvarier and the Clementi Foundation?
The nonprofit, my understanding, was paid for the trip.
Mr. Louvarier has enormous ties to Konstantin Malavov. I'm mispronouncing his name, but who is somebody that America has sanctioned. I imagine we can get into this in the classified hearing, but again, the due diligence that's required before you take these trips or make these assumptions is something that I find very troubling. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warner. I would also note that that same New York Times story reported that there's no indication that Ms. Gabbard did anything wrong on that trip. Ms. Gabbard, thank you for your time and for your testimony. Thank you, most importantly, for your service to our nation. As I said at the outset, it's no secret that this nomination has generated more attention and interest than most nominees before this committee. We have received a large number of statements, letters, and other such materials in support of and in opposition to Ms. Gabbard's nomination. I will submit all of those for the record. For the benefit of senators, it is also my intention to hold a committee vote on Ms. Gabbard's nomination as soon as possible. Therefore, for planning purposes, any senator who wishes to submit questions for the record after today's hearing, please do so by close of business tomorrow. That is Friday, January 31st, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, let me explain what will happen next. Committee security and Mrs. Gabbard's security will escort her and her immediate party out of this room through the door behind me. Everyone else will remain seated in this room. The Capitol Police will secure that door so no one else leaves this room until Ms. Gabbard has reached her break room in preparation for the closed session. We will convene in that closed session in approximately 30 minutes at 1:10 p.m. This open session is adjourned.
Exciting. All right, so I think that'll bring us to the end of that. I want to watch, because someone mentioned it earlier in stream, that Senator Sanders apparently got talking to with RFK today. So let's see if we can find that moment and watch that real fast. So give me a second to pull it up. Okay. Here's the right feed. All right, now I just need to find the right moment in time. This is going to take a second. All right, here's Senator Sanders being Senator Sanders. Let's see if he makes an ass out of himself.
But before I go there, I wanted to congratulate you, in a sense, for the phrase make America healthy again. I think that is a cry that all of us, a goal that all of us share, because as you've indicated, we're a very unhealthy society. We are the richest country in the history of the world, and yet we rank far below every other major country in terms of our life expectancy. That's outrageous. To me, equally outrageous is if you're working class in this country, you're going to live 6 or 7 years shorter lives than if you are rich. In America today, 68,000 people.
Is the later line of questioning where he gets locked? Okay, let's see if I can find. Is it here?
There have been, as I understand it, dozens of studies done all over the world that make it very clear that vaccines do not cause autism. Now, you just said, if I heard correctly, well, if the evidence is there. The evidence is there. That's it. Vaccines do not cause autism. Do you agree with that?
As I said, I'm not going to go into HHS with any preordained.
I asked you a simple question, Bobby. The studies all over the world say it does not. What do you think?
Senator, if you show me those studies, I will absolutely, as I promised to Chairman Cassidy, I will apologize.
That is a very troubling response, because the studies are there. Your job was to have looked at those studies as an applicant for this job. All right. Let me ask you another question about this one, about COVID. Scientists with the Yale School of Public Health and University of Maryland have estimated that the COVID vaccine saved 3 million lives and prevented 18 million hospitalizations. President Trump, someone who I do not often agree with, has said that the COVID vaccine was, quote, one of the greatest miracles of the ages. That's Donald Trump. But Bobby, you had a very different perspective. At a time when thousands of Americans were dying from COVID every week in May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to revoke the emergency use of COVID vaccines. So my question to you is, were the scientists who told us that the COVID vaccine was imperative, and President Trump who told us that it was this great thing, were they right, or were you right when you told people that they should not take COVID shots?
This is the last round of questions. All right, see if we can find if I'm in the wrong time frame. Let's see, where else would it be? No, 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 no. Okay, is it over here? All right, let's give this a shot.
You stated, quote, I do believe autism does come from vaccines. And you have, the end of quote, and you have praised a gentleman named Andrew Wakefield for his research. What studies, you talk about the need to be science-based, to get our information, good information to make decisions. What studies have you utilized to come to the conclusion that vaccines cause autism?
I'm happy to sit down with you.
No, please, just answer me that.
I mean, look at the Mawson study, Senator.
The what? Yeah.
Mawson, just look at that study.
Yeah, I will, and that was published.
But I don't want to, I wouldn't rest on a single study.
Right.
And all studies can be
Okay. Don't mean to be rude. I don't have a lot I time.
Just saying
you would not be, I just heard you say you could not be happier if you were proved wrong. Mr. Chairman, I asked to put into the record 16 studies done by scientists and doctors all over the world saying that vaccines do not cause autism. Are you happy with that objection?
Look at the IOM assessment of those 16 studies, Senator. The IOM has assessed them. But listen,
let me get to it. Don't have a lot of time. I apologize. I'm happy to talk to you at another time. I don't have a lot of time. Let's talk about COVID. And I just want clarity on the issue. And again, I apologize. You have to be brief. We don't have a lot of time. Scientists have estimated that the COVID vaccine saved 3 million lives. President Trump said the COVID vaccine was, quote, one of the great miracles of the ages, end quote. You have said the COVID vaccine was the deadliest vaccine ever made, end of quote. Was the COVID vaccine the deadliest vaccine ever made?
The reason I said that, Senator Sanders, is because there were more reports on the VAERS system, on the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is the only surveillance system, that and VSafe. And there were more reports of injuries and deaths than all other vaccines combined.
But was it?
Thank you, Daniel, for the super chat.
Scientists
Appreciate
said
it.
it saved 3 million
According to VAERS. I don't know, because we don't have a good surveillance system. So nobody
So you
can answer
disagree
that
with the
question.
scientific community that?
Oh, I'm agnostic because we don't have the science to make that determination.
Really? Okay. Prescription drug prices in America, as you know.
And by the way, I think President Trump did an extraordinary job on warp speed because he wasn't just focusing on that one intervention. He was focusing on.
He called it a miracle, but you have cast doubts on its efficacy. All right. Prescription drugs. If we're going to make America healthy, I agree with you that we need a revolution in the nature of food in America, physical exercise, et cetera. Very, very important. But there are people who are going to get sick, and they have to go to the doctor and find out why. 1 out of 4 Americans today cannot afford the prescription drugs their doctors prescribe because we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We made some progress under the Biden administration of negotiating prescription drug prices with pharma. First time that's ever happened. Now, yesterday you told me that the White House was going to issue something affirming their support for continuing those Medicare negotiations. Turned out not to be quite accurate. They came up with some bland statement, could have been written by pharma. Very specific questions. Do you believe and will you insist that Medicare continue to negotiate prices with the pharmaceutical industry so we can substantially lower prescription drug costs in America?
President Trump has made it very clear to me that he wants to negotiate.
Negotiate is a big word, Bobby. It's a big word.
It's the word you just used, Senator.
Yeah, but no, I use defend a particular law. Will you defend the law in the Inflation Reduction Act, which already is negotiating prescription drug prices?
President Trump wants us to negotiate drug price. He wants to lower drug prices.
So you're not telling me that you will defend the law that we passed, which has already had significant success?
Well, Congress, look, I'm going to comply with the law, Senator. Congress passed the law. I'm swearing an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to comply with the laws.
You're going to have a significant influence on healthcare policy if you are.
And I'm going to comply with the laws.
Let me just say this in conclusion, Chairman Cassidy. President Trump and Mr. Kennedy are quite right when they say that our system is broken. They're right. Our economic system today is broken. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Wages have been stagnant for American workers for 50 years. The economy is broken. You know what? Our political system is broken and corrupt. You have a handful of billionaires in both political parties who contribute huge amounts of money to elect candidates in this room throughout the United States Congress. That is a broken political system and a real threat to democracy. Our healthcare system is broken. And it's broken for some of the reasons that Mr. Kennedy indicated. We have not paid attention to the fact that we have massive amounts of chronic disease. We have not answered the question why in the richest country in the history of the world, our life expectancy is lower than it is in countries far poorer than we are. So I think in many ways, President Trump and Mr. Kennedy have asked some of the right questions. Problem is their answers will only make a bad situation worse. So let me ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will you guarantee do what every other major country does? That's a simple question.
And by the way, Bernie, The problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry. And protecting their interests.
Oh, I thought that would go. No. I ran for president like you. I got millions and millions of contributions. They did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
receiver of pharmaceutical money.
Contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
you were the
not a nickel from corporate PACs.
You were the single largest acceptor of pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in the industry.
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but you have not answered, last question. You have not answered my question.
Mr. Chairman, we're 3 minutes.
How do
we make America healthy if you don't guarantee health care?
We're literally 3 minutes over here now.
Well,
how long does it keep going? At some time, you're just battering the witness, Bernie.
Not battering the witness. I'm
yes,
trying
you
to get
are.
an answer.
And you're getting upset at him. You're going at him just like anybody else would.
We'll come to order. Bernie's going over.
Spicy. Words were said. Shots were made.
Before I ever entered politics, before I was ever...
Words were said. Let's talk about your corruption. You accepted $1.5 million. There's only $200 million. It's $1.5 million out of $200 million. I accept so much from the workers. Back money. Oh my God. Shots fired. Shots fired. Big time. Good times, man. Holy shit. Yep. Okay. Although Maximum Spicy is still the Trump press conference. It's like I almost want to do it again. And just do a second look react or something. Because they're holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I don't know. That was a lot this morning. Are there any other press conferences I can react to that Trump has given recently? Has he given another press conference since we've been talking? Maybe he's done another press conference with as many press conferences he does. Because he's like, do you like press conferences? I got press conferences or your press conferences. Just wait another 3 hours, chances we get another one. I'm surprised there hasn't been another press conference since we've been talking. That is my point of surprise. There has not been another Trump press conference since we've been talking. Holy shit. Is the man slacking? Why hasn't there been another Trump press conference? Yeah. You have a friend who works for Pharma, makes a humble $500,000 a year, just a worker? Lol. Yeah. Good stuff, man. He's coughing. He might be coughing. Although that doesn't necessarily preclude him from also giving a press conference or tweeting or anything else, because, just because he's golfing doesn't mean that he isn't also tweeting, freaking press conferences and all the rest of the things, because Trump can do all these things at once. He's just that good. Kash Patel, I don't know where to go with Kash Patel. Are there some Kash Patel clips you want me to react to? Are there some good Kash Patel clips? Because I don't want to listen to 3 hours of hearing, but if you want to do some Kash Patel react, we could do some Kash Patel react. Has anyone got some clips that they want me to listen to of Kash Patel? I'm sure there was some spicy stupid today at the Kash Patel hearing. Did they cash him outside? That's what I want to know. All right, let's see if we can find Kash Patel stuff. Let's see what we got. There's a clip between Sheldon Whitehouse and Kash Patel. Are they still doing Kash Patel? Is it still happening? How long is this confirmation hearing?
Years have undermined the rule of law and burdened our nation with great risk and vulnerability. Close quote. What do you make of that statement? What are they referring to there?
Could you just repeat the end of that?
Yeah, they said they're concerned that, quote, the law enforcement policies of the last 4 years have undermined the rule of law and burdened our nation with great risk and vulnerability.
Senator, my assessment of that is that they are referring to some people in positions.
What bullshit watch is Kash Patel wearing?
The law enforcement mission.
Is that like a Garmin?
I have spent a career.
Hold on, you guys can't see because I'm cutting it off on my screen. Hold on. What watch is this? It looks like it might be a Garmin.
That have politicized the law enforcement mission. And we
wait, no, you can't see still. I still haven't moved it.
Mr. Patel, I've been pleased to hear bipartisan to the political weaponization of government, including and especially involving quite considerable association. Has weighed in recently, referred to a concern that and close.
Could you just repeat the end of that?
What is that watch he's wearing? With that suit, man. What the hell?
Yeah, they said they're concerned that, quote, the law enforcement policies of the last 4 years have undermined the rule of law and burdened our nation with great risk and vulnerability.
Senator, my assessment of that.
Look at that. You see that? Look at that digital display on that bullshit with the plastic strap. What kind of fucking watch is he wearing with a suit? He's wearing French cuffs. And his suit is custom made because he's working buttonholes.
Positions of leadership that have politicized the law enforcement mission. And I have spent.
Look, you see how his suit jacket, you see how his last button isn't buttoned on his sleeve and how it has that custom color. That's like that suit is not strictly off the rack. That suit has been custom made to some degree because he has working buttonholes. He's wearing French cuffs and he's wearing a plastic watch with his suit. What kind of bullshit is this? What kind of bullshit is this? What the fuck?
And a career removing politics from law enforcement. And that's what the National Sheriff's Association is all about. And I believe that's why they endorsed me as a nominee for the first time ever.
Look at that. Look at the bullshit watch. You can see the holes for the watch in the watch band in this piece of shit plastic. Like, I mean, give me a break, dude. What, this is.
So that's why they like you. That's why they support you. That's why they've chosen to come out fully in support of your nomination, of getting you confirmed, because you share that view, a view that has been expressed by nearly every member of this.
Also, can I just say personally how much I don't like French cuffs? They are just not for me. I really don't like French cuffs. I find them pretentious. You know what else? I don't know that anyone else here, I haven't seen it here today, but you know what else I hate in addition to French cuffs? I really hate a colored shirt with a white collar. That really pisses me off. Like, pick one or the other, we're at war. But if you have a colored shirt and a white collar, that's just being a Ponzi ass. I don't like the white collar on a colored shirt, and I don't like French cuffs. And I also really am not a fan over here, this guy in the back with the gray suit with the tie. The gray suit and tie is fine. But do you see what collar he has? Do you see what kind of a collar he has? He has fucking button-down collar. He's got a button-down collar with a suit. That's just wrong, man. That's wrong.
Committee today, I would add. And this group, a very large group of law enforcement officials from throughout the United States of America, has come in support of you because of that. As they do that, they express confidence in you specifically and in your ability in particular to bring back, quote, transparency, integrity, collaboration, and commitment to excellence within the FBI. Tell me what you'll do in order to do that, and how you'll commit to work with other law enforcement both within the FBI, elsewhere within the federal government, and with state and local law enforcement officials to bring that back.
Senator, the only way to truly remove weaponization and politicization from law enforcement is to follow the
American flag cufflinks? Really? It's a little much.
Constitution. And if you look at the FBI's website and their mission statement and their core values, each has 8. And the 8th and last core value of the mission statement on the FBI's website right now is fighting violent crime. That needs to be number 1. The 8th core value out of all core values on the FBI's website right now is rigorous obedience to the Constitution. That needs to be number 1. Reorienting these policies with an effective leadership in place.
His suit is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with the suit, right? It's very, very traditional conservative. There's nothing to write home about. You got a nice unicolor tie. It looks like it's got a slight pattern on it. Very slight pattern on a white shirt. Who can object to a white shirt? It looks like he's got a spread collar with a navy blue with traditional lapels. Custom, it's slightly at least slightly custom because it's got custom buttonholes. He's so close, man. And then he goes with this very traditional suit look with this bullshit watch.
All the law will allow us to achieve a singular standard of constitutional law enforcement. And that is the only way you remove the weaponization from politics and, from law enforcement. And that's what the sheriffs are talking about, and that's what cops are talking about.
If men and women were angels, we wouldn't need government. If we had angels to govern us, we wouldn't need a constitution. We're not angels. We don't have access to them. So we got to follow the rules, and that's your top job.
What's wrong with the watch? It's way too casual. What's wrong? It's way too casual to go with the suit, man. It's no. And by the way, it doesn't have to be expensive. There are a lot of inexpensive watches here that you could wear. So you don't necessarily need to spend huge amounts of money, but it's just way too cheap and way too cheap looking to do it. If you want like a really inexpensive watch that would look good, you can do like Bonobo makes. Like, we could do some watch reviews. Hold on, we could do something like What is the name of the watch? You got some nice choices here. What's it called? Dress watch. Yeah, nice metallic Seiko. Seiko makes some great watch. Seiko and Citizen. Seiko's probably my favorite watch company of all time. You could do something really simple, like we could just go to Amazon and look at some options here while we're looking at choices. If we want to see like some choices, we could do like a Seiko 5. You got some nice choices here. Like a Seiko 5, nice choices. You got some nice colors for $250. You could do like this. You can do just like a traditional Seiko automatic. Comes in multiple colors. You could do like a blue. It comes in black, 42 millimeter with a bracelet. Very traditional, automatic, simple. You do like a GMT look. You can do this kind of look. That's nice. Like this one here, the Seiko 5. That's pretty cool. This Seiko here, $130. That's not bad, right? You got some nice choices here. Here's one in orange. If you want to add a little flair to your watch, that's cool. $319. That's some good choices. Did I ever get the Omega Moons watch? I did not, no. But I really should. Let's see what else we can do. Okay, here's a Citizen you can do for $100. Very traditional. That's easy. That's a good look. Let's see what else we got. You got some choices here. Oh, here you go. A Seiko Prestige for $350. That works. Like that's very, very kind of traditional modern icon. Seiko Prestige, $350. That's a good choice. Hold on, what else we got? Yeah. You don't necessarily have to spend a huge amount of money for a nice looking watch. But it just looks wrong for what he's got. Here's even a Timex. Here's a Timex for $45. This style watch would be what's called a field watch, by the way, as long as we want to learn something of watch value, right? So you know about diver watches, right? And dress watches. This is a field watch because it's got that 12 and 24 marking because it's what like the military would wear. So it's called a field watch. This is a day-date field watch, Timex in metal for $50. And you got some other colors that you could do. You got some other choices in color for $50. That would work. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else we got that looks good. There was one that I think started with a B that I was trying to remember the name of, but I can't quite remember it right now. Yeah. See if there's anything else that pops up at the eye. The Timex is actually pretty sweet for $50. Here's a fake Rolex for $40. Fake Rolex Submariner for $40. This is a diver style with that round, large rotating bezel. That's a diver style watch. $50. Yeah. Seiko makes some great watches, though. Seiko is the best watch company. They make some great stuff. You could just look at Seiko, like Seiko even makes a sort of a Rolex clone in a diver. So here's a Seiko 5 that looks a lot like a Rolex, sort of, at first, at a sort of style. Seiko divers, day-date diver for $260. That's a pretty good choice. Seiko's a great company. They're like my favorite. They might be the best watch company, value for price. Here's one in a diver watch that's green. So like you can get like different colors with some flair. So there's a solar powered one, diver. That's pretty cool. Should we go through my watch collection? Are we having watch collection time? All right, hold on. Let's do watch collection time. Hold on one second. The Grand Seiko is an interesting choice, but Grand Seiko isn't cheap. So we were looking for watches that wouldn't be that expensive. A Grand Seiko is a fine watch, but it's not a cheap watch. All right. Yeah. All right, so I'll show you every watch in my collection. All right, so I do have a pocket watch. I bought this for myself as a graduation present from high school. So I bought this for myself when I was 18. And it's I don't know what brand it is. I'm not sure if it has a brand, but it is a skeleton pocket watch. So that's pretty cool. So I bought that for myself as a present when I was 18 years old. Let's see what else we got in the collection. We'll go from like oldest to young. We'll go, let's see, in like order when I bought them or order when I acquired them. I guess that's a pretty reasonable order. Show you how things have developed over time. Okay. We got this old Swatch metallic chronograph in this icy sort of color. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Swatch chrono. Then there's this one. This is actually a pretty cool little dress watch. I wore this one. This one I wore throughout most of my law school experience. This is a Citizen sort of dress watch. This is what I wore for most of my law school experience. This Citizen titanium. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's neat. Then we got some Timexes, of course, in various versions. So we got sort of two Timexes. We got a traditional Timex Explorer field watch. Again, that style with that field watch, because you got the 2412. That's a field watch. This one's got a day on it. Okay, that's one. It's just like a simple everyday watch. And then I have another version of it, which is a little bit thicker bezel, which is like, that's rated for 50 meters. I believe this is rated for 100 meters. So again, you got the field watch. Again, with the colors, and of course it's Timex, so it, glows. I don't know if it shows up on watch, but glows. Okay, and then I have this one that I bought because of the orange scheme. This is again a Timex Expedition, so it's the same as those one, but this is a Timex Expedition chrono. So those last two ones were Expeditions, and this is also an Expedition, but this one's a chronograph Expedition, and it's got the orange hands, and I put it on an orange band to match. So that's pretty cool. Okay, then we have this one. This is called the Seiko. I'm not sure what name it actually has, but it's known as the Seiko Flighty. It is a pilot's watch, and it's probably the most complicated pilot's watch. But this is a classic. It's got like all those markings and stuff for different like things. So it's got basically a manual calculator on there. So you can do like equations and shit on there. So that's really cool. That's called the Seiko Flighty. Not sure what its official name is, but that's what I call it. Then there's this chronograph, which I wore for a while. This is a Seiko chronograph. It's kind of like a racing chronograph. This one's pretty cool. Like just a nice black sort of carbon back, you know, on a more sporty strip. That's pretty cool. My most expensive watch in my collection is, of course, my Rolex, which I have on a NATO. So I have my Rolex Submariner, which I have on a nice purple NATO. Nothing not to love about that. That I got as a gift. It was given to me when I graduated law school. I still have the metal band for it, of course, but I've just put it on a purple NATO. So that's very cool, obviously. I've got this one, which the pin keeps breaking on. The pin keeps breaking all the time, so it's a little bit annoying. I've got this Invicta Chrono. I like the look. I like the look of this. It's really like beefy and chunky and stuff like that. But the pin keeps breaking. Pin keeps breaking. And I keep replacing it, but it keeps popping out. So that's really, really annoying. But that's like a nice traditional diver. And I've got that on an orange NATO, obviously. And then I have my current everyday watch, which is just simply a G-Shock. Nothing to write home about there. It's my current daily driver. But this is the most accurate watch in my collection because it's radio controlled. So I don't know if you can see. Can't really see. But that's a radio controlled watch. So every day it resets itself using the radio signal from the NIST master clock. So it's perfectly accurate. Plus it's solar powered. So that's my everyday watch. And that's every watch in my collection right now. So those are the watches of uncivil law. What I've collected over the years. And a watch that I've been looking at possibly getting sometime when I have more money, I'm looking at like sort of the watch that's been in my, you know, someday when I have money category. I've been looking at getting a Hamilton khaki field. So this is, I don't care. So here's a watch I've been looking at getting. Hamilton khaki field watch. Again, traditional field watch. You got the 2412 look with the day. Very, very classic. That would look good with a suit. That would look very, very good with a suit. So I'd have no problem wearing that with a suit. That looks like that's a great watch. So that's on my list of watches to buy. So someday when I have $700 free to buy. But at the moment, my budget is not welcoming of that. Oh, and then Nate gave me, as long as we're adding to the collection, Nate gave me this watch. He gave me an Apple Watch, but it's completely dead because I don't charge it because you have to charge it every single day, which is really annoying. So I have an Apple Watch that I don't use, but I have one, so it sits on the shelf, uncharged. See, the nice thing about this watch, like the G-Shock, you never have to charge it, right? It runs forever. Like you could leave it in the dark for like a month and it would still run, you know? Because it uses so little power. So, plus it's solar powered, so the battery never needs to be changed. So that's my daily watch. But you see, this watch with this shirt, like that's fine. right? I mean, it's fine. It's pretty casual, but then again, I'm, relatively casually dressed. So, yeah. Here's another watch that I don't think I'll ever buy, but definitely like the Seiko Alpinist is a very cool watch. So here's a very cool watch. I don't think it's for me, but the Seiko Alpinist in the screen is pretty badass. That's a very, very cool watch. $750. I don't think it's for me, but I thought about buying it at one point. I came really close to buying it at one point, but I don't think it's for me. Get a Seiko or get a Casio. And you can get Seikos and Casios for $250, and they will be fantastic watches. So, yeah. Now we've learned more about watches than we ever wanted to discuss, right? I used to also have a Orange Monster, but it got lost, which really pissed me off. I used to have the Seiko Orange Monster. I'll show you a picture of it. So here's what that watch used to look like. Really thick bezel, orange, automatic diver. Very cool. I sent it away to service and it got lost on the way back. I did eventually get money for it. I did eventually get compensated for it. But I didn't use it to buy a new watch. So annoying. What do I think of Fossil? Pretty shit. I think they used to be fine back in the day, but they're pretty shit. Like another company that's like, they're nice looking watches, but I think they're overpriced is Shinola. Shinola watches, I think, are kind of overpriced, but they're good looking. So like here is like a Shinola. Like here's one, right? So again, like a very just easy to read watch. Very sort of classic looking, but this is $650. I think it's overpriced. But they make some cool looking watches. Here's one with a green bezel for $650. Yeah, I don't know. It's overpriced. So that's what I think. But they look cool. Should we go back to the committee hearing now that we've had watch discussion time?
Constitution.
Senator Whitehouse. Mr. Patel, you supposedly know something about grand juries. I just went to the DOJ website to get language. I'm quoting it. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E prohibits most persons present during the proceedings from disclosing what transpired inside the grand jury room. However, the proscription does not apply to witnesses. Do you now, as a grand jury witness, authorize this committee access to a transcript of your own testimony?
Senator, I authorize this committee to get whatever is appropriate and lawful, as I've said before.
Specifically including the transcript of your grand jury testimony, which you have the authority to authorize us to obtain.
Well, I don't know if I singularly have that authority. I don't think that's how grand jury testimony works. The Department of Justice.
You do, because you are the witness who can do that.
There's also a court order on that case, sir.
Separately, you can get grand jury testimony by court order. The witnesses can always reveal their grand jury testimony. Do you authorize us to get access to your testimony?
I don't know that he's right on point of fact. Now, it is true that he can say what he said to the grand jury, but I don't know that that means that they can get that he can get a transcript of it. I'm not sure that that's true. So I don't know that that's true. So because the grand jury proceedings themselves are secret. So the transcript would reveal that there is a hearing, right? I know it's like a really fine distinction, but the witness can say, yes, I went to a hearing. But like whether or not it's true, it's like you don't know because there's no official record of it, right? So the witness can say, yes, I went to the hearing, and yes, I said these things, and blah blah blah. But I don't know if he's right on point of fact that the witness can get a copy of the transcript of their hearing. I don't know that he's right on that point of fact. Yeah.
I authorize this committee to lawfully obtain any records that they are appropriately allowed to get.
And we are you're speaking in circles now, because we're only lawfully authorized to get that with your permission as the witness. Do you give us that permission?
Senator, I'm not an expert on this constitutional standard, and so I can't commit to something
It's not
that
expert.
I don't know.
It's like super simple.
I don't know that is super
Rule
simple.
6E doesn't apply to witnesses. This is not hard. You are a witness. That is a simple fact.
I'm just
you can
relying on my
authorize
time
us to see it.
as a prosecutor where grand jury witnesses were not allowed to share what they were testifying to. And when I was commissioned
Grand
before
jury
the
witnesses
judge,
are allowed to speak about what they were told about what they said in the grand jury.
Yes, he's allowed to say it. He is allowed to say it. But whether or not that's the same thing as he can get a copy of the transcript, I don't think that's the same thing. I don't know it's the same thing, sir. I really don't.
Unless they're under a specific court order. Are you under a specific court order not to reveal your testimony in the grand jury?
Senator, I can't go into court orders granted by the DC District Chief Judge.
If they apply to you, of course you can.
You want me to violate a court order?
You're saying that there's a secret court order in which you can't tell whether you're subject to a court order or not?
I'm telling you that if you find the applicable court order and it permits this request.
I don't need a court order if you give authorization.
I'm not the one that has the authority to do that.
Yes, you are, as a witness. You're just wrong on that. Second,
I don't know that he is, man. I don't know that he is wrong.
The criminal investigations of Donald Trump. Will you protect those records in a manner consistent with ordinary FBI document preservation practices as head of the FBI?
All records will.
No destruction of documents to please Trump?
No, I think he put forth a memo saying all records must be preserved.
Good.
Are you done?
Time's up.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, did you listen to what my colleague, Senator Welsh, had to say about politicizing the FBI and the Department of Justice?
I did, sir.
I did too. I always listen when Senator Welch speaks. And he's right. But here's where we find ourselves today, and you can put an end to this. For better or worse, either in reality or perception, in modern times, the FBI has been politicized. Or at least there's an appearance. It started with Mr. James Comey. He publicly investigated the political nominee of both major parties. Guinness Book of World Records. He publicly investigated both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Held a press conference. Hurt that agency more than I will ever know. I wouldn't put Mr. Comey in charge of a ham sandwich. And so did Peter Strzok. And so did Lisa Page. And so did Michael Sussman. And the person who gave him, a Hillary Clinton lawyer, a pass to roam around the Department of Justice and the FBI at will. And so did the prosecutors who tried to slip by a 2 misdemeanor plea deal for the president's son. And it hurts me to say this, but so did Attorney General Garland. For the first time in the history of ever, the Attorney General Garland chose to prosecute a former president of the United States. And this part is really special. He did it after the former president of the United States announced that he would be a candidate against his, Attorney General Garland's, boss. Forget the merits. We can argue those all day long. You understand the perception? It's got to end now.
You skipped 30 minutes talking about watches?
The seal has been broken.
Aww.
We've got to stop it now. Don't go over there and burn down that agency. You go over there and lift it up. Clean it out, but lift it up in accordance with due process and the rule of law. Because Senator Welch is right. This has got to end now.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Mr. Patel, our agencies, in particular the FBI and DOJ, critically rely on inspectors general and general counsels for advice. As Chair Grassley and many of us have long recognized, federal agencies rely on the independent oversight of inspectors general, and agencies depend on the legal advice of offices of general counsel. And as you've testified today, it's your intention to lead the FBI within the boundaries of law and the Constitution. Last week, President Trump fired more than a dozen inspectors general and provided no notice to Congress. We passed a law in 2022 requiring the president to provide Congress with a substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons, 30 days before the removal of any IG. How many days has President Trump been in office?
Sorry, Senator, approximately 10.
10. Is it possible to give 30 days notice in 10 days?
I'm not great at math, but it doesn't sound like it.
It doesn't. You're an attorney. Did Trump facially violate this law in terms of the timing of the firing of the inspectors general?
Senator, I'm not going to entertain a hypothetical on legal violations, but I will look into all possible legal violations referred.
I'll simply say that for those of us concerned about the quality and the duration of service of inspectors general, this was troubling. And frankly, I think it is a facial violation of a law passed by Congress. In September 2023, on the Great America Show, a podcast, you said, and I believe I'm quoting accurately, all these general counsel's offices throughout every agency and department need to be slashed in half because these lawyers just come in there and they come in there to slow down and paralyze the movement of the America First agenda. Mr. Patel, does that comment suggest that if confirmed, it would be your intention to fire the career civil servants, the lawyers in the FBI's general counsel office?
No.
Could you give us any reassurance that it would be your intention to listen to the advice and counsel of the Inspector General of the department and the general counsel of the agency?
With addressing those in order, Senator, with IGs, as you know, I believe, and I've shown throughout this proceeding that IGs have provided invaluable service in Republican and Democratic administrations. And I think they're critical, and we must have competent IGs going forward. Similarly, with general counsel's offices who are stocked with career employees, those employees must continue their work so long as no employee politicizes the work and mission of the FBI.
Thank you. My core concern about these firings of the IGs, about the independence of the agency, have not been fully satisfied. I appreciate your answers here today, but I remain concerned by your previous statements and your answers here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I recognize you, Senator, has some unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I have two letters here. I'd ask unanimous consent they be entered into the record. One is from William Webster, FBI Director under Presidents Carter and Reagan, and CIA Director under Reagan and Bush. He's in the audience. And another
Bambino,
from
that was what I was
23
looking for. Orient
Republican
Bambino.
former law enforcement
Thank
officials.
God.
These are letters in opposition to the nomination.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Cruz.
Finally figured it out. What watch I was looking for is driving me crazy. Get a picture of one that looks pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll just show you the entire goddamn page. I don't care. Yeah. So this Orient Bambino is also pretty cool for a dress watch. They're only like $170. They're pretty cool. They come in a lot of different styles and colors. So that's pretty good. Like there's a nice looking dress watch. Kind of all purpose. Here's one in blue. They're pretty cool. So you can also do the Orient Bambino. Those are pretty cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, in the first round of questioning, you and I talked about the politicization and weaponization of the FBI and the Department of Justice. That has significant negative consequences in terms of undermining trust in the FBI and the Department of Justice and abusing the power of the FBI and the Department of Justice. But it also has consequences in that it diverts resources at the FBI and DOJ from urgent law enforcement and national security priorities. I will tell you, when I go back home to Texas, I am somewhat regularly asked by Texans, should we abolish the FBI? Now, my answer to that is an emphatic no. The FBI has a critical mission of stopping bad guys, whether serial killers or human traffickers or child molesters or terrorists. But it says something that a sizable percentage of America has so lost faith in the Bureau that they believe it should be shut down. I think allowing the FBI to be politicized has resulted in far too little attention being placed on very serious national security risks that we face right now, including for the last 4 years. As a result of the open borders that we've had, over 12 million illegal immigrants have come into this country. And I believe as a consequence of that, we face a greater risk today of a major terrorist attack than we have at any time since September 11th, 2001. You have well over a decade of experience in national security and law enforcement. In your judgment, do you agree with me as to the magnitude of the threat we face right now of a potential terrorist attack?
It's as high as I've ever seen it, Senator.
And describe to this committee what the FBI should be doing to prevent future terrorist attacks.
Working hand in glove with our intelligence community and obtaining information that directly relates to the FBI's criminal mandate on an intelligence basis and thwarting and prosecuting and stopping any terrorist attacks here and any homegrown activities abroad that are directed at the United States of America, along with countermanding the CCP espionage rings in this country, which dovetail with the foreign terrorist organization activity.
There's a website about all the watches Trump administration wears.
Customs and Border Patrol in the previous
Looks like Cash prefers the 46 millimeter Titan Breitling. Why isn't he wearing one?
Or Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists.
The Breitling is a fine choice.
Border. Does that concern you as a
What
risk
website goes through all the watches of the Trump administration? What's the name of this website? I need to know.
Secretary and the prior FBI.
I need to know this website. We can criticize their watch choices.
Known foreign terrorist affiliates in the United States of America, and they don't know where they are.
And it will be your priority to stop them. Is that
Give me the
correct?
name.
Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask you some easy questions.
Okay.
I take it from what you have said to a couple of my colleagues that while we may disagree on the meaning of Rule 6E as to getting the transcript, you would not object to this committee seeking access to that transcript.
No.
And you're aware that Rule 6E
It's a recent blog post.
you
Where?
to talk about your
Give me the
own
name of the
testimony.
blog. Tell me what to look for.
Will
Help.
you testify to this committee? Let's say
A recent blog post is not particularly helpful, man.
what you said to the grand jury.
Senator, I'm here to testify to this committee about everything I'm allowed to, and
You're allowed, under Rule 6E, to tell us what you said to the grand jury. This is kind of the first day that an assistant U.S. attorney goes to the first grand jury and is asked by a witness, can I talk about what I told you? And the answer is yes, you know.
Senator, I will consult with counsel and provide the appropriate answer.
Let me just say right to the point, Mr. Patel. What are you hiding? Why won't you tell us? You testified under a grant of immunity after taking the Fifth Amendment, as you're privileged to do. And the appearance here is that you have something to hide. I submit to my colleagues on the committee, we need to know what the grand jury testimony is. We need access to that second volume. And you have
Watches
no
of espionage, the watches of the Trump administration? Okay, let's give it a shot. He's not allowed to reveal the testimony. He should be allowed to reveal the testimony unless there's a court order telling him specifically he can't. In which case, I don't think that he can be prohibited from saying there's a court order that says I can't. I don't think he can. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but okay. We're going back to watch time. We're going back to watch time. Okay, so this is the watches of the Trump administration on the website watchesofespionage.com. Sweet. All right. We're going to look at various watches. Donald Trump as president. Patek Philippe, way overpriced. Rolex in that gold. Ugh. A Rolex president in gold. Ugh. It's not for me, man. And I'm not a fan of square watches. I'm not really digging any of these choices. What the hell is this? Some sort of, I don't even know what kind of watch that is. I don't know, man. The Apple Watch, not a fan. Not a fan. But, okay, you do you. The Rolex GMT, nothing wrong with a Rolex GMT, man. That's a perfectly fine watch. Respect. What is this? Oh, a date just. Okay, that's a relatively simple one. Christy Newman is the date just. Okay, that's fine. It's a little bit cleaner of a look. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that choice. The Breitling. Oh my God, that's a busy watch. That is a busy, busy watch, man. Yeah. And I don't really like the dual analog digital look. That's not for me, man. That is not for me. I'm not digging that watch at all. That's a pass. That's a pass. Yeah, no, absolutely not. A Rolex date just, again, I'm not really a fan personally of the Roman numeral look. That's not really for me. Personal bodyguard for Trump. What bullshit quartz is this? CWC, a brand that famously supplies the special boat service. Okay, so apparently this is some sort of British watch thing. Yeah, that's not really working for me. That face is too busy. That's not working for me. Give me a traditional field watch. That's not working for me. Elon Musk, what is this watch? Oh, this is a tag. It's an interesting layout for a chrono. I'm not really a fan of that look for a chronograph. The blue hands are cool. I don't really like the north-south look of the chronograph, though. I like the traditional 3-circle chronograph. That's not really working for me. Tulsi Gabbard, what's she wearing? A no-name fashion watch? We can do better, Tulsi. We can do better. I will show you. I will show you. I will take you to a watch store. We will get you something better. I will help you. You and me, baby. John Ratcliffe of the CIA. No watch. No watch. Okay, so here's a bright link. Again, I'm not really a fan of the dual digital analog look. I don't really care for that. That doesn't really work for me. This looks like just a traditional Rolex Submariner, two-tone Rolex Submariner. Who can object to that? Rolex Submariner is a classic. Ooh, here's an Omega Speedmaster. That works for me. Rolex, yeah. Rolex Speedmaster, or an Omega Speedmaster, that's a good watch. Yeah. Okay, so there's some reasonable choices over here, and some of these people need help. Okay.
Are seeking it, but you won't tell us, even in a classified, confidential setting. I think that position is disqualifying.
That was days of testimony years ago. I don't have the ability to recollect
Well, you can
that.
refresh your recollection with access
The
to
transcript.
Let me ask you another topic. And I really regret that you won't cooperate with us on the grand jury testimony. Would you
Tag
object
is a
to the
fine
firing
choice.
of the Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz?
Would I object to it? That's the providence for the Attorney General to make. It's not something I would participate in.
But you know of his work. It's been bipartisan, very thorough, competent, objective, impartial. He has been critical in Republican and Democratic administration.
Trump brand watches
Won't
that
you
get
object to
Trump
his
watches. Oh my
he's
God!
done
Oh, there's no way this is going to be good. This is going to be some rebranded bullshit. I get Trump watch. Oh no! Oh no, Donald, no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh, it's so tacky. Oh my God. No. Oh no. It's so tacky. What color is this? No. These watches are so tacky. Run away. Run away hard.
A great job, but it's not up to me to decide who stays and goes at the Department of Justice.
But I'm not asking you to make the decision. I'm asking you whether you will take a stand, speak up, stand up in favor of a watchdog who has helped preserve the integrity of the Department of Justice and aligned himself against waste and fraud and abuse.
If the Attorney General asked me, yes, for my opinion.
Volunteered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel,
Okay, I mean,
continue
this-
on a brief topic.
The Moldova Museum, for a woman's watch, maybe. I don't think so for a man. I don't think for a man, but for a woman, maybe. I kind of don't really personally care for this like large dot at the 12 o'clock position. And it has no markings on the face whatsoever, which makes it a little bit harder to read, which makes it harder to like function as a watch. But for a woman's dress watch, maybe.
I mentioned earlier, and one that we discussed in my office when you came to visit in December, and that is Redstone Arsenal and the FBI assets and the men and women that will report to you when confirmed that are there in Huntsville, Alabama. So I really want you to come and visit with me. The state-of-the-art facilities that we have there are pretty incredible. I mean, when you look across the board, we have the ballistics research facility, the hazardous device school, we have TDAC, which is the terrorist explosive device analytics center, and last but not least, obviously, what is sometimes referred to as Headquarters South. We have the sprawling north and south campus of the FBI. Look, there there has been over $4 billion invested there. It is truly remarkable that the training that is going on there. They are delivering to missions when it comes to emerging technologies.
Every member of
investigating
Congress should be asked what watch they wear.
Security and contracts
Yeah,
personnel.
every member
and
of Congress should be asked what
resources, just to
watch
name
they
a
wear,
few.
and we should judge them
Unfortunately, I don't have
accordingly.
enough time in my 3 minutes to dive into all of the incredible work that's doing there, but just want to reiterate that the workforce occupying these facilities, they were moved from DC to Huntsville. They are working diligently each and every day to make sure that men and women in uniform are the best trained, equipped, and ready that there is. And I would love a commitment from you just to come with me to visit those facilities, see what those men and women are doing, what they're learning, and all of the training that's right there at their fingertips.
Senator, you have that commitment, and this is a great example, real quick, of the FBI's capabilities and infrastructure systems around the country that already exist to the tune of billions.
Billions.
And not only is it, I believe, a 38,000-acre sprawling campus, this Congress billeted 2,500 seats, but 4,000 seats still remain open. So let's go to work.
Nothing
I'll
wrong
come
with the
down, Gabbard,
Seiko.
let's fill those seats.
Nothing wrong with the
Absolutely. I love
Seiko.
it. I'd
Seiko is
love
a
to hear that.
great
And another
watch.
thing, too, obviously, as we've looked over the last couple of years, I'll put on my appropriator hat. The budget, obviously, for the FBI has been decreased. Obviously, you're going to help us return America's trust in the FBI. But as we look at that and we try to make those numbers work, I just want on your radar, I want you to be thoughtful about this. You know, it's easy to say, let's cut training. That's an easy thing to cut first. I think that that's the worst thing that we can do. We want to make sure that our men and women are ready.
They have quite the
they're ready
cachet.
to find leads that
watch people, I think they do. I think Seiko has
child
cachet to watch
trafficking rings
people.
and other things. And you've talked about the rapes, the fentanyl overdoses, the murders. We want to make sure that we are equipping them with all the tools
people who know,
necessary, to make those strides for the American people. And so just want your commitment from you that as we look at those things, that you will take a good look at training and make sure that that's not the first thing that gets cut.
Absolutely. High standards and merit. That's
Thank
what
you
we'll
so
do.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we talked about, Mr. Patel, truth, incredibly important in an FBI director. And a number of the things I asked you about in the first round, you didn't recall or you wanted more context. I'm going to give you one of those. I'll give you the rest on the record. That was about when I asked you about the Capitol Police officers who testified in the January 6 hearings and you accused them of lying, you said, and I quote, "I don't think that's accurate." I actually have the transcript here, which was reported by the Washington Post. And that was in March of 2024 on Joe Pack's podcast. He asked you, the Capitol Police in that fake January 6 committee, they didn't tell the truth, did they? Patel, no. Not just them, many others. And lying under oath is a federal offense, and they should be investigated for it. Do you believe that about the police officers?
That's a general statement and a mischaracterization of what I said. I encourage you to read the rest of the interview. This is why snippets of information are often misleading and detrimental to this committee's advice and consent process.
If you consent, I would love to have 5 hours of questions, and then I could read the whole transcript.
You've got 2 minutes.
Wow. In September, you referred to
Do
the
something like
FBI's
this.
intel branch, which was
Breitling
stood up
35,
after
30,
9/11 and
43
works to protect us
chronograph.
from foreign adversaries.
Breitling
like
Navi timer.
China, as, quote, the biggest problem
$6,500.
the FBI has had, unquote. And you said
cool.
you wanted to, quote, break that
If you want to do like a
component
Breitling, that's
out
cool.
of the FBI. It was the same sentence where you said about turning the FBI headquarters into a museum. Do you really think that closing the intel
Here's one in
branch will
black.
make Americans safer?
Again, it's not what I said. The
It's cool.
intelligence component of the FBI has seen some politicization and weaponization that we've discussed here today, and intelligence collection capabilities belong in the intelligence community, having served in both law enforcement and intelligence
Or you could do like the one that
qualified to bring the intelligence.
you do the one that Joe Rogan gave
FBI that ties back to the
Lex
legislative
Friedman
mandate
to,
of prosecuting and investigating criminals.
Okay, last, I will end early, Mr. Chairman.
Mega Speedmaster
you said
Moonwatch.
In May of 2023, this is important to all of us because Elon Musk is playing such a major role in the government right now. You said Elon Musk cares about two things, your data and his money. Do you still stand by those words?
I don't have that entire quote, but that's what it says.
It was in you were angry because of endorsement of Governor DeSantis in Florida.
Sure,
And
see if
so
we can
you were
find a better
defending
picture.
Donald Trump, and so you criticized Elon Musk. And that was the context for it. And you said Elon Musk cares about two things, your data and his money. And
This is
it matters
cool.
to us because he's playing such a major role.
Omega
in
Speedmaster,
government. And so I just
Moonface.
wonder if you think that's true.
I don't have that full quote
That's
in front
cool.
of me to respond.
All right. Thank you.
$11,500 if you can swing
Sounds to
it.
me like my fellow senator is trying to get you
a
to
cool
move
watch.
FBI headquarters to Alabama. I have a full list of why it should move to Florida, and at the very least, maybe a Florabama FBI HQ. Good people there, good recruits. We would fully support it. Moving on to a more serious matter, I know you would be shocked to learn this. As AG and as the chair of the Human Trafficking Council in Florida, we saw trafficking explode around the nation as a result of the Biden administration wide open borders. That's no surprise to anyone. But it might shock you to know that
So
the
we've looked
National
at watches today from $50 to $11,500, unless you count my Rolex, which might be a little bit more than
in the
that.
last 4 years, decided that they would no longer report.
So we've looked
tips
at
to law
watches from
enforcement.
$50 to
They would take a more victim-centered
$12,000.
approach, and this fell in line with a lot of what we saw over
We've
the last
we've looked at
4
watches
years
all
with
across the
people
price points.
saying things like defund the police, abolish the police, nonsense policies that lead to an explosion in crime. You and I both
like that color
understand
jacket
that
too.
from
It's a
our
very nice
prior
looking
work
jacket.
experience.
Absolutely.
So there was a CEO that was put in charge in the last 4 years who said that that we cannot arrest our way out of the human trafficking problem. And I quote, "Trafficking in all its forms is the end result of inequities, abuses of power, and massive systemic and government failures." Do you believe that that is in fact the cause of human trafficking, or is it the result of evil, heinous humans that seek to profit off of others' pain?
The only people responsible for human trafficking are the criminals that intentionally traffic in humans, in children, and exploit them. And if I'm confirmed, it will be one of the top priorities to make sure that doesn't happen in this country and that we find the thousands of missing children that are still missing.
I, along with many of the other attorneys general in this nation, in a bipartisan fashion.
What watch could be quality and
not only
cost
demanded that
$50?
they begin,
Timex.
Reporting tips to law enforcement so that they
Timex.
could follow up and go after the traffickers so that they didn't continue to.
Takes a licking and keep on
victimize
ticking, man.
others.
The Timex Weekender's
But we also
$50.
came to Congress and tried to get funding pulled, or at
Works
least
great.
a mandate that they do what they were created to do, and that is to report tips to law enforcement. Do I have your word moving forward as someone who understands the necessity to go after traffickers, to not only identify and rescue victims, but to ensure there aren't other victims? Do I have your
Ooh,
word
this
you'll work with
Moldava.
me to come to Congress to make sure that that
SE
happens, so that
automatic.
can never
Ooh.
happen again?
You do, Senator.
I'm proud to say in Florida, we were able, when we didn't get that result here in Congress, we started our own hotline. It's one of the first in the nation. And no surprise, we immediately rescued
It looks about the
10
same.
victims of human trafficking that were being held by force in massage parlors. Reporting to law enforcement works.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that big thing at 12.
And I
the
know you will
Moldava.
bring that mission focus back to
Yeah,
the FBI.
I don't know.
Thank you, Senator. I will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to touch on something that's been on my mind lately, and I will tie it back to this hearing. We have seen a wholesale attack and assault in the past 2 weeks by President Trump on the value of diversity. Through his executive orders, he is seeking to dismantle over 60 years of work to promote equal opportunity in the
C1 belt
federal
cancer? What the hell is that?
His pronouncements have gotten so bad that apparently the Defense Intelligence Agency issued a memo 2 days ago that it would no longer commemorate Martin Luther King Day, Women's History Month, Holocaust Day of Remembrance, or Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and so on. Why is there such a fear of people?
That is a
who are
hard
different?
pass for uncivil.
In Hawaii, we
Who's wearing
celebrate
this thing?
diversity, know that it gives us strength.
Christopher Ward's wearing
Part
this?
of what makes Hawaii.
Ooh, that is a
and
hard
America
pass.
great. Mr. Patel, earlier you shared
That is a
some
hard pass.
deplorable racist rhetoric that have been used against you.
Yuck.
As someone who has also been the recipient of this sort
It actually
of
chimes every hour.
hateful
My
language,
watch chimes
I
every
am
hour.
deeply sympathetic. I also note, Mr. Patel, that in the past you have recognized the value of diversity. Back when you were in law school, you signed on to an amicus brief in the Grither case, supporting consideration of race in law school admissions. I hope that joining the Trump administration will not cause you to change your views on the value of diversity. Reflecting on this hearing, it is sad that we are considering Mr. Patel's nomination despite his gross inadequacy to do the job of FBI director fairly and objectively. Yet there is no question that much pressure has been brought to bear on my Republican colleagues to support this nomination. For example, a man named Mike Davis has been threatening my Republican colleagues. He said that this vote was a red line, that if Senate Republicans don't vote to confirm Mr. Patel,
Yeah, that calculator watch can that calculator watch can stuff it. I'm with you, Celestial Force.
Their lives a living hell. I certainly hope that all of us will base our vote on your nomination on the best interest, who can work in the best interest of our country, and not based on this sort of pressure.
CA53, not for me, man. No, that's not for me. I'm not that calculator watch kind of guy, man. Not for me, Celestial Force. Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to give you a chance to respond to this because I think my colleagues are misstating the law here. You can't authorize the release of your grand jury testimony. Only a court can do that. Is that right?
That's been my understanding.
Yeah, and you I think you've stated that the best reflection and the most accurate version of your testimony is the transcript in the grand jury testimony, that you're fine to be released, but the court has to go do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. And it lasted like 3 or 4 days, is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah. I also want to, Senator Durbin's talked about, what your priority or your priorities will be. And I think your testimony has been that it'll be adherence to the Constitution and the people of the United States of America, right? You take that very seriously.
That's it. That's the only thing that matters.
Could you talk about maybe some other priorities? We talked initially in my first round about getting the FBI back to its core mission, which is to fight crime and not, sort of try to do the things that it's been doing the last 4 years. Talk about how you might bring that together.
So, Senator, I appreciate the question. It's something I wanted to address maybe 6 hours ago, so I appreciate the opportunity to do it now. Whether we prioritize going after violent crime and national security, we cannot defend against either of those successfully unless we go after the underlying criminal nexus there. And whether it's human trafficking, whether it's terrorism, whether it's opioids, and whether it's just outright gang violence, the intersection there is narco trafficking. It is the underlying underbelly, the evil, illegal underbelly of all those operations. And we have not prioritized, in my opinion, as a law enforcement agency, the collective power we can rain down on criminal narco trafficking networks. And ideally, if I'm confirmed, Senator, I would like to work with Attorney General Pam Bondi, if she can be confirmed, to set up regional drug interdiction task force where our local sheriff's offices, our local PDs, and our local precincts are folded in with the FBI on an information and authority sharing basis to take down the criminal networks. And the advice and consent process has been extremely informative this to me. I do not know your jurisdictions as well as you all ever will. That's what makes this so critically important educational. I did not know that Memphis was the homicide capital of America per capita. I did not know that there was a corridor in Ohio that speaks to the human trafficking volume more so than any intersection in the country. That is what I will rely on your expertise across the aisle to fold in those resources and target those criminal active hotbeds. And I believe if we are successful in actually crippling the narco trafficking networks, we will see a decrease monumental in violent crime and at the same time protecting Americans' national security.
And maybe, just maybe, where you have a third of the personnel for the FBI here in Washington, D.C., maybe, just maybe, one of the reforms is to get more of those folks out into those areas across the country to go do that, right? That's what you're talking about.
I think so, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Patel, do you know any of these 5 individuals? Erica Knight, Tom Ferguson, Greg Menser, Steve Reese or Carlos Fernandez?
Yes, Senator.
Who are they?
People I've worked with in the past at some point.
I'm told that those are the people that will be additional political appointees to help run the FBI. Is that correct?
That's news to me, Senator.
Under the history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation since the reforms in the early 1970s, there's only been one political appointee. I'm told that these will be additional political appointees, 5 extra political appointees. Do you know if Reese or Fernandez are affiliated with SpaceX or Elon Musk?
I don't.
I'm told that they are affiliated with SpaceX and Elon Musk, and that he had influence in who will be placed around you as political appointees. Mr. Patel, did you see the President of the United States declassify the documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago?
I witnessed the President of the United States issue a declassification order for documents.
That did not answer my question. Did you or did you not see the President of the United States declassify the documents that he was holding, the classified documents that were at Mar-a-Lago? And did you?
I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know what was fully found because the Justice Department hasn't made that public.
Fair point. Fair point.
You claim publicly that you saw President Trump declassify documents. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
So you did indeed see President Trump declassify the documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago that he refused to turn over. Is that correct?
No, what I said, Senator, was I heard and witnessed the President issue a declassification order for a number of documents.
For the documents specifically that were at Mar-a-Lago?
When he issued that order, there was documents. I don't know what was found and what was not found at Mar-a-Lago. I wasn't there.
So this is the issue. The question is will you lie for the President of the United States? Would you lie for Donald Trump?
No.
I hear you saying no, but the best way to clarify that would be to testify as you are allowed by law upon what you said to the grand jury. Because that grand jury, as you just said to my colleague, 2 or 3 days of it was about this specific issue. And so as my time ends, Mr. Chairman, it would be utterly irresponsible for this committee to move forward with his nomination unless we know factually, which can be proven by looking at the documents that he's refusing to testify towards. It would be irresponsible for us to move forward if we do not know that the future head of the FBI would break the law and lie for the President of the United States. We can find that out factually if we had access to the testimony or if he would tell us what he said to the grand jury, which by the law of the United States of America, he's allowed to, but he's refusing to do so. He is refusing the transparency that he claims to adhere to. He is refusing to be direct with the United States Senate. He's refusing to be transparent and put it all out there. Did he or did he not lie for the president? That is the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that, and thank you for your patience today. We do appreciate it. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, I put up the clip that showed me requesting the records for Epstein. That is, I put that up on social media just so we could clarify that issue. Mr. Patel, what I'd like to ask you about, you mentioned that Memphis is the homicide capital of the country. That concerns us. And we've recently had an issue where the FBI wanted to consolidate the Memphis and Knoxville offices into a Nashville office. And of course, this causes us some concern. And I would like to get your commitment that you will make certain that we have every resource we need in Memphis to deal with this issue, and that the FBI will be appropriately resourced in the state of Tennessee.
You absolutely will, Senator.
Thank you so much for that. And then we've had some talk today about DEI, and we've talked about this in this committee. And the emphasis the FBI put on DEI and things like counting Swifty bracelets and things of that nature, and not on investigations. And what we want to make certain is that we have qualified individuals who are going to stick to that core mission. And you have talked about that mission today, and thank you for being able to recite what it is. We appreciate that. And I want you to just talk a little bit about those first few actions that you can take to build
Yeah, I like her outfit.
the
Her outfit's cool.
recruiting
The scarf
and the
scarf
training
coat
in
combo's
order to
definitely working.
accomplish that mission.
Yep, it's working for me.
Absolutely, Senator. Quite simply, I know we have limited time, is that people who sign up to serve the FBI must meet the rigorous high standards, merits, and physical fitness standards, and those will not be changed.
So that will be a priority for you.
And I think people who want to join the FBI do so with the dedication to serve this country and an adherence to law enforcement. And we will allow those folks that graduate from the academy and enter the FBI to carry a gun and a badge in representation of this country to protect its citizens. And when we allow the good cops to be cops and put handcuffs on the bad guys, I think you will see an exponential increase in enrollment and how we keep people at the FBI.
And that is a day one item for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think we're going to go ahead and call it here. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and I don't know that we're going to learn anything from this unless there's something else for us to specifically target. So I think we're going to call it here. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip out the clip of the press conference and post that as an edited video, because that sounds hilarious. It's almost over. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. We watched the entirety of the hearing with Tulsi Gabbard. We watched a little bit of Patel, and then we had many discussions about watches, which some people liked and a lot of people did not like, which was interesting. The lives have ended. That's why I switched over. Fair enough. Yeah, I just, unless there's something like really for us to watch, like, is there something really for us to see? There's something really important or something for us to see, but if it's just more grandstanding, I think I've seen enough of that today. Screw the haters. Well, I want to make people happy, and I want this to be a channel people like, and all those things. So, you have to balance out criticism, and, you can't make everyone happy, but you want to try to find something that makes, hopefully, the most people happy. You want to make the most people happy possible that you can make. It's a reasonable goal. What is this Rand Paul thing?
Senator Paul. I think the discussion over vaccines is so oversimplified and dumbed down that we never really get to real truths. And it's why people up here are so separated from real people at home. So we talk about hepatitis B. It's a terrible disease. It could lead to liver failure, as the chairman said. But the reason...
Yeah, this is a lot of why the Supreme Court does not want cameras in the courtroom. This is a lot of why the Supreme Court does not want cameras in the courtroom. Yeah.
You have distrust from people at home, why they don't believe anything you say, they don't believe government at all, is you're telling my kid to take a hepatitis B vaccine when he's 1 day old. You get it through drug use and sexually transmitted. That's how you get hepatitis B. But you're telling me my kid has to take it at 1 day old. That's not science. And so every person with a bit of common sense, even people who don't resist vaccines, I vaccinated all my kids. I believe vaccines are one of the modern miracles beyond all pale. The Speckled Monster is a great book about the introduction of the smallpox vaccine in 1720 into our country. All miracles. But I'm not a one-size-fits-all. It's not all or nothing. I chose to wait on my hepatitis B vaccine, and we did it when they went to school. Does that make me an awful person? Does that make me an anti-vaxxer because I questioned the government dictate of whether I do it? And I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm only speaking for myself. But for goodness sakes, let's have an honest debate about these things. The COVID vaccine. If you ask me my opinion, the reporters run up and down the aisle and they say, you still anti-vaccine? No, I'm pro-vaccine. But on the COVID vaccine and on the COVID illness, there was a 1,000-fold or more difference between the elderly and children. If you don't acknowledge that, you're committing malpractice. You're showing your ignorance. If you say a 6-month-old must be mandated to get it, the science is not there. So all this blather about the science says this and the science says that, no, it doesn't. The science actually shows that no healthy child in America died from COVID. Look it up. No healthy child died from COVID. And so the thing is that it's 1,000-fold greater. So if you ask me my advice as a physician, if you were 65 or older or overweight and some other conditions, I would have said, hell yes, I'd take the COVID vaccine. The risks of the disease were real and much greater than the vaccine. But if you ask me, should my healthy 6-month-old get it? See, these are the nuances you're unwilling to talk about because there's such a belief in submission. Submit to the government. Do what you're told. There is no discussion. There ought to be a debate. You're not going to let him have the debate because you're just going to criticize and say, it is this, and admit to it, or we're not going to appoint you. But it's more complicated than that. And this is why people distrust government, because you're unwilling to have these conversations. And go home. Ask your Democrat young mothers, your Republican young mothers, if they're vaccinating their kid for hepatitis B, and they're like, well, do I have to do it on day one? It's this precious little baby. Is there science to say you shouldn't do it? Probably not, but it's my kid. You know, it's like, there isn't clear-cut science saying not to. But on autism, there's no good science of anything to show what causes autism. We don't know. It's a profound disease. I know many moms here and dads who have kids with autism. I know them personally. I've met their kids. But the thing is they saw their kids developing completely normal, maybe speaking 100 words go to no words at about 15 months of age. Now, there isn't proof. There isn't proof that the vaccines cause it. That's true. There isn't proof that it causes it. But we don't know what causes it yet, so shouldn't we be at least open-minded? We take 72 vaccines. Could it be? I don't know. But we shouldn't just close the door and say we're no longer, because we believe so much in submission, we're not going to have an open mind to study these things. And so it's sort of this crazy notion. Schizophrenia, I would put in the same notion. You have a kid who's completely normal to 18 or 19, and their brain goes haywire. How does that happen? It's the most bizarre disease. Shouldn't we be open? Could it be our food? It might be vaccines, it might be our food, but autism is more common. I don't know about the schizophrenia statistics, but autism is more common. Shouldn't we want to be open-minded? Instead, we're so closed-minded and we're so consensus-driven that the science says this. Well, science doesn't say anything. Science is a dispute, and 10 years from now, we could all be wrong. We were told in the beginning, 20 years ago, they did this enormous study, and they said, everybody over 50 should take an aspirin. I thought, well, that's a pretty good idea. It makes sense. But you know what? 20 years later, they measured it, and they found if you had no heart disease and you were taking aspirin, your chance of dying from a brain bleed or from a stomach bleed were greater than the risk of heart disease. You have heart disease, they still say, take an aspirin. If you don't, they've changed their mind 20 years later. But would you have all said I was crazy and I should no longer be in public discourse if I had said 20 years ago, I don't feel like taking an aspirin. I ride my bike all the time. I'm afraid I might hit my head. But that's what country's about. It's what dissent is about. So just ask you to look at the larger picture and give the guy a break who says, I just want to follow the science where it leads without presupposition. I think really what we have up here is presupposition. You've already concluded. It's absolute that autism isn't caused by it. We don't know what causes autism, so we should be more humble in what we say. Sorry I didn't get to a question.
For the record, if a child is born to a hepatitis B mother, that child may have a 95% chance of becoming a chronic carrier. But if we
vaccinate those people, and nobody's against that.
But if the
that's a very small percentage and a red herring. That is not what we're talking about. 99.9% of kids don't have a hepatitis B, Mom. And could they wait a while? Could they get vaccinated 3 months or a year? Yes.
So again, for the record, if the mother's hepatitis B status is known, then that can be delayed. The problem is oftentimes, or at least a significant percentage of the time, the mother's status is not known. If she's hepatitis B positive, a vaccine on day 1 of life prevents chronic hepatitis B 95% of the time. So it really depends upon the knowledge of the mother's hepatitis B status. And when they used to do just, okay, we know the mother's status or not, there's mothers that snuck through. Their status was unknown. We can blame the OBs, yeah, Marshall. But for the record, there is an absolute rationale for that. But you're right. If the mother's status is definitively known, that it can be safely delayed. So now, Senator Murray.
I'm tired. I'm tired. Go outside and get some fresh air. That's actually not a bad idea. It's actually not a bad idea. Actually, I might just go to the gym. I haven't been to the gym in a while. I haven't been good about going to the gym recently. Maybe I'll go to the gym and do a workout. Even if I only do like 15 minutes of workout, it's still better than nothing. Just like do a couple machine exercises or something. Listen to some music. Get the blood flowing a little bit. It'll be good. What's wrong? Oh, I'm just tired. I'm tired. I've been doing streaming for 5 hours and 40 minutes, and so I'm a little beat. I'm a little tired. And, so there's that factor. Yeah. I'm just tired. I'm tired. And also, I kind of don't want to end the stream, to be honest, because I've been enjoying hanging with you. It's like I don't want to end the stream because you guys are here and hanging with me. It's nice. It's nice to have you guys here. Yeah. But I need a break. I can't keep streaming. I'm just tired. So I gotta end the stream because I'm tired. But yeah, I think I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna do some sort of workout for some length of time of some variety and get some sort of workout on. And then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna edit out this video from us doing the press conference, and I'm going to post that as an edited video. Tony, are you still here? If you're still here, could you do a thumbnail, please, for the edited video for the press conference? Either that, or I'm just going to do like a screenshot of the press conference, would also be cool. Do you think you could put together a screenshot from the press conference for the flight thing today, for the Potomac? I think that'd be cool. And I'll post it out later. The reaction video stream format? Yeah. Well, Trump is giving us so much stuff to react to, like between the various signing statements and things and various things he's looking at and like the EOs he's signing. It would make more sense to do it on the fly. I think it probably makes more sense to try to do it on the fly and react to it as it's happening than try and do like produce edited videos on it later. Yeah. Okay. Who's streaming? I'll send you somewhere. Deep inside of me. Deep inside of me, so deep inside, feel against my heart. I'm going to send you to a sociologist professor's stream. That's a little bit different. I might be on his channel in the near future. So I'm sending you to a live stream of a college class at, I believe it's Penn State. And they're discussing the rebirth of DEI. It's an actual college class that's actually happening and they're live streaming it. So I'm going to send you there and you can listen to students debate DEI. or not, as you please. And I'm probably going to be on his stream at some point in the near future. So this will be a nice little thing to get me a little bit of cred over there. So, be nice. And be nice, and don't harangue the college children too much. They're doing their best. Okay. I've been on Civil Law. Till later, my friends. I hope all's well. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.